place go boom. let's go boom.
Hello everyone and welcome to the PMCL Southeast Asia. We're absolutely ready to bring you all the action here in the weekend, as it will definitely unleash the heat between all these teams as they are looking for that golden ticket to the PMGO. It's Contra and Sir Cloud here bring you all the stories.
Yes, and this will be the second last day before we wrap up the week. The week will end by tomorrow, and that's where the point for the week will be locked in. We will also know who will be the best team of the week, who will be the top eliminator of the week among the few awards that we'll be giving away.
That's right, and of course, if you guys are joining us here for the very first time, we'll give you all the lowdowns of what really goes on, as well as how the PMCL Southeast Asia runs, because this is basically a brand new season for all the Southeast Asian teams that are on board, and I'm pretty sure that you guys may be familiar with some of all these household names.
Yeah, these names, well, especially if you've been following for the past few days, you would know how they perform by now. You would have that sort of excitement for your favorite teams by now. Yeah, in case you're maybe a new fan of some of these teams, or maybe just watching this for the first time. So this is the time that for you guys to also put your support in the comment section for your favorite teams too. But before we go on to our official game for today, we'll reintroduce the format for you guys.
That's right, ladies and gents. We will always kick off our run in our smallest map of all. That's going to be inside of Sanhok. Only one game to be played in that respective map per day. Meanwhile, we'll have 3 matches inside Erangel, followed by the final 2 maps in Miramar, totaling it up to 6. While for the matches, each teams are looking for placement points to accrue, and the first place will always walk away with 10 points for that chicken dinner. And in first, second place, you'll see the numbers decrease to 6, and every other placement will be -1 from there, all the way up to 8. 9th to 16 will not receive anything at all, so they will have to fight for all of these elimination points.
Yes, pretty standard here in terms of points and also placements, and also the map sequence. I believe that if you follow the other editions of the professional PUBG Mobile tournaments, you will also notice that it is also the same sequence all across. So same goes with the PMCL as well, that will be running on the same timing. But of course, that features countries from a different region. For this, yep, it's going to be the 4 countries. It's from Myanmar, Cambodia, Philippines, as well as Singapore that will be featured. And speaking about the teams that will be featured, here they are.
And we're going to be kicking off our match with Group ACDE. That will include all the names listed on your screen right now, while Group Group B will be taking a break. So with that said, they will also be missing out on the next upcoming match of Erangel as well.
Yeah, so 2 games back to back without Group B. So Group B will be featuring teams like Time to Quick, Young Gaticos, APG Esports, and Playbook Esports. They will be back later on. So they have some time to kick back and watch what happens with the other teams, especially in the Erangel match, because by the time they come back, it's going to be Erangel number 2.
That's right, and I think like at least they have ample time for them to prepare for these games while they basically watch their opponents in action. So with that said, we'll definitely want to see how the dynamics are for this respective ACDE group, as they will be handling a little bit of that scuffle that will be happening inside of Sanhok. And yesterday's matches definitely look to be extremely challenging with that circle. Let's see if today's gonna be exactly the same. All the teams are looking to fend for the prize pool of up to 27,900 US dollars, with the biggest prize on the league being 4,500 USD. Whoever ends up at number 1 spot, as you can see the list of the prizes. The best performing team weekly will also be handed with $150, and the Terminators also with $150. And each chicken dinner that all of these teams play for will get $100 richer.
Yes, so individual awards, team awards, overall awards, it's all up for grabs here in the league prize pool. And mind you, again, this is only for the league. In the grand finals that will be played across 3 days later this month will be a different set of prize pool. And of course, the ticket to the PMGO is also up for grabs. And of course, the trophy for the PMCL as well. I mean, everything's up for grabs in the grand finals. It is called the grand finals for a reason, right? So that will be a different set here. This will be only for the league prize pool. So do take note of that. There will be more to come for these teams.
That's right. There's so many things offered here in the PMCL Southeast Asia. Most importantly, these teams are looking to fight for that 1 spot to go into the global stages, where they will be playing in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
Yes, Brazil will be the destination for the teams that actually qualify onto the next round. So let's see who will get it. So far, if we look at teams that are doing really well up there, undeniable, Genesis Esports is up there for a reason. But there is fairly close contention from Harame Bros and Playbook Esports.
Yeah, and with all these form of a pressure being building up for the teams to catch up to Genesis Esports, especially from what we saw yesterday, it seems like they still have plenty more to play for because they are short of those 2 games. But even despite that, we see by the end result of it all, Genesis Esports are just basically a couple of miles away from the rest, all the way at the podium spot. So I guess like it definitely requires a lot of effort coming in from the top 3 teams, or should I say top 2 to all the way to top 5, in order to really prove a challenge to eventually snatch it from GE. But you know, the weekend is coming to a close. But with these 2 days of play, with a total of 12 matches overall, I think that there's still possibilities, especially for teams like PBE and Harame Bro.
Yes, and those are some of the top teams, obviously, based on the total points collected. Coming soon, we'll be jumping to Sanhok as our first match in this tournament today. On the other end, of course, again, the Singaporean teams have yet to score their own chicken dinner in this first match, or at least the first 2 matches. APG will be taking a break, so we won't be seeing them. Instead, we'll be seeing Flash Vision Esports representing the Singaporean region. And for you guys out there, as usual, because you haven't got it, we're going to give you this reminder for the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress set.
That's right. This is to celebrate the Year of the Dragon, where this set is available right now only up till the 9th of March, which is basically just a week for you to basically grab it before time runs out. This is a limited edition set that does come with the Loot Crate Elimination Broadcast and on-hit effects if you do get it in your hands. And of course, the firearm of Dread Rain MK14 is absolutely upgradable. So make sure you grab it real quick. And your first draw is only at 10 UC, so don't miss out.
Yes, again, reminder, it's up until the 9th of March, so it's very, very limited. Time is running out. That's about a week from today. So do keep in mind on that, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss out on this opportunity because we will be reminding you until all of you have got it. And we'll also have to remind you of the Serpent Gleam set available from now to the 21st of March.
That's right. And once again, the first draw for the Serpent Gleam set will be at 10 UC only. Very, very affordable, where you could basically get your hands on this beautiful, beautiful AWM. And it's also going to offer you the upgradable firearm of the AWM. And on top of that, all these effects of Illumination Broadcast, on-hit effects, and Loot Crate is definitely up for grab. So make sure you jump into PUBG Mobile and show your glamorous moments.
Yes, reminder again, up to 21st of March. The longest duration of all our sets that we are promoting at this moment. But again, you don't want to forget about it just to miss out on that auspicious final date of the 21st of March. So log on to your game right now, and the first draw is only at 10 UC. In case you have not drawn it just yet, well, everyone has 10 UC to spare.
Yeah, you better start rolling before, of course, it's a little too late. As much as, it's a month away, there's no dilly-dallying. So with all the promos for our openers pretty much concluded, I guess that we're going to be getting ourselves ready for a little bit of that action heading into Sanhok. So, of course, to keep these players warmed up a little bit, I guess, there's not too huge of a sample size of how certain teams do play in Sanhok. But, of course, with 3 maps that have been played out already, I guess, there is a little bit of a decent idea when it comes down to each respective groups on how they basically fare against one another. So I think the beauty about Sanhok as compared to all the other maps is that since it's actually being played only once per day, so with different teams, there's still bound to be maybe a little bit of contest in that early game for the first week.
Yeah, no Sanhok have been left spared so far. Every Sanhok has an early fight. Yesterday we saw it in Sahmi, one of them, Playbook Esports, gone into a skirmish. Expect maybe in we haven't seen a pilot. Oh, bootcamp. Yes, bootcamp is another one. So yesterday we saw 2 areas, Sahmi as well as bootcamp, as the first contest point. It could be the same case again, since bootcamp especially is kind of hot.
Yeah, bootcamp definitely is going to be a spot that they will really want to claim for their own. We'll definitely want to see if they're just going to play it maybe a little bit more strategically this time around, because some of all these teams maybe take on too much more than they can chew. So maybe it's time to dial it down and then plan up ahead for, all these placement points, because the weekend is drawing to a close and teams really are desperate to secure as many points as possible.
Yes, of course, everyone wants to place as high as possible. Even though if you cannot catch the first place, you still want to place as high as possible because you want to collect most out of the weekly points. That is also the goal. And of course, if you can score the chicken dinner, that's extra money for your team and yourself as well. Now, we'll be heading on to our first game here inside of Sanhok very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Based on the timer, yes, in case you're not sure, if you look at the timer, you know that's the time to go. And here we are on our flight into our first game, which is Sanhok.
With the beautiful view all set into place, I believe that you guys are in for a spectacle of treats with our 16 teams that are set and ready for this very first round of the weekend. And I'm pretty sure that the players are going to put on the best showing possible. And here we go as we begin our flight from the southern side. So this gives a very early drop for the side of Flash Vision. Let's see if there's going to be any contest at all. This time it's going to be pretty cleared up, because the other day we see a little bit of fight happening between them as well as Playbook Esports. And this time maybe it will be a better run for FV. We see gradual improvements coming in from them when it comes down to the way they take team fights, but always so close to shutting off the opponents in the early game, but got taken out. Despite them, with this dire effort, they have not really walked away with too many points. But now back to its boot camp. It's Enigma versus another squad right down below.
Yeah, Playbook Esports isn't playing since they represent Group B, so Flash Vision has the entire army for themselves. Bootcamp will be the contest on Cow as well. We got STE overlapping with another team inside of Cow. So 2 contest points will be our starting. Still waiting for the circle to pop. That will be very important as well for all our teams. Got the first knockdown, and that happened in Cow.
And we might actually see a little bit of a challenge coming in Ruins later on, as we have these couple of teams that are still looting very close by to each other. So that's going to be Bantai as well as Ruins that will be up for contention. But back towards the side of Bootcamp, we still have Caps Lock here holding on to his Vector, letting up some warning shots. This is always about the ego challenge. When you do win in boot camp, you basically would be one of the teams to be feared of hitting into all these battles, as a couple of shots did connect towards the side of Coca-Cola in the early span of this round. The quarter now also trying to actually go in for those quick revivals, but the pressure is on. The quarter now taking the lower ground for the moment as Popeye will come back into action this time.
Oh, nice jump onto the outside, but the top, a trade between the two teams. Koopa on the other side, spraying with his AK, and Koopa gets one, Koopa gets 2. Nice jump to the ground floor to get that next target, and the quarter loses the fight to Enigma.
Wow, I love how decisive Koopa is. He managed to basically take that leap and just basically wipe them off, because he knows that they're going in for that revival. So timing-wise, definitely can be improved on the side of the quarter, but we're going in for the other corner of the map in the north side of Cal. Newbie taking on that DBS, trying to actually catch one off the roof, and right down below, the shots will connect coming from Scotty.
Oh, the fight is continuing inside of Cal. We got 2 more from the side of God7. CZ right now, knocked down immediately. Only 1 player left on the other side, and they know where he is. They're going in for him. God7 is in trouble right now. Let's get pull off a clutch. Minor. It goes and closer. DBS. 1 shot into the face. God7 sent back to the lobby.
We just literally started the game in less than 3 minutes, and we're getting all the action already. This is what I really do love about this map. But, of course, there's a lot more for the teams to do. STE starting off on a really strong run. Same goes to Enigma, but Enigma did lose 1 member in the process in between that fight inside of the bootcamp. While we take a look at the other side, over onto the corners of Quarry, Myth Clan, hoping to actually find a catch here. This is definitely going to be a little bit more interesting on how they basically maneuver around Ban. I love all these sectors are cross sections where team may actually bypass. So the rest of the members of Dread Esports will have to be wary of their current position too.
Ooh, look at this. Joseph knocked down by Kayla from Harame Bros. Looks like they hit the high ground advantage. They found one from Mythclad, but there was no way for them to save Joseph. Joseph being used as a bait now. I doubt they'll go and save him. They have to let him go.
Yeah, I guess he definitely went a little bit too far, and will be caught out as well. Whereas for the moment, MythClan, now that they receive that form of intel, they will have to basically hold back a little bit more to basically plot how they're going to be resolving some of the issues of cutting over onto these corners. As Shroud goes ahead to get himself a booster, as he does not want to waste that first aid kit. And it doesn't seem like they were very well looted up at the moment. A very tough spot for them to be for the time being. But they eventually would actually get a little bit more of that wiggle room, as this is still very early into stage 1 where teams are still busy looting up or so. FRL having one member on the other water. And back towards the side of Harame, bro. This is definitely one of the teams that will be looking out for throughout the course of the day, because they are one of the top competitors to race up against the rest of GE.
Yeah, and GE is playing this round though. They had a good start inside of Paradise Resort. No one to contest it as of now. Not like if they were to be playing in the PMSL previously, where they would be contested by the likes of the Xavier. And when they played the PMRC at some point, they were contested by another. It was a team from the PEL. So a
Yeah.
lot of teams want to contest the Paradise Resort from GE, but at the moment they step into PMCL, it's like, it's GE. We'll just let them have their spot.
Yeah, so GE definitely is one tough cookie out there, which nobody really wants to ever directly challenge them unless they find that golden opportunity to do so. Whereas an unconventional way of basically moving into the circle, Esports going ahead to go by the book, while Harame Bro have Federal is going for a pickup. That makes it 2 points for the side of Harame Bros, where they have not even received much of a damage. So far, a very clean run as they take over the central area of the map.
Yeah, being in the center of the circle right now will work well for those teams who are able to get it, because the circle is in the main peninsula. So they don't need to worry about, if I be the center, do I need to move away to another island? Nah, that's not going to happen. It's definitely going to be in the main peninsula. But speaking of the center, the circle did shift towards the left side. At this moment, the center is around the area of boot camp. And that's where Enigma won their fight. So you leave their home ground, they don't really move.
Yeah. And it's actually very interesting to note on how some teams have been traveling by boat, especially for Esports currently getting shot at. And they're so far away, even through arrival, where there's not going to be much vehicles for them to even work with when they do dock onto land. So, a very problematic scenario for the squad that has done well yesterday. Meanwhile, fight over the top end of the hill sees SYS picking one member off the side of FV. It's a 1-for-1 exchange at the meantime, but a lot of distance to be covered from the side of FV. If they're hoping for a rescue, this is definitely going to be a lost cause for the fallen ally of FV.
We have a Papa J, who happens to be also the team manager for the team. I just got information today, thanks to Sis Jenny. And now his position compromised. Oh, they know where he is. Papa J's in trouble. Run over to Papa J. Flash vision, eliminator number 14.
Oh boy. A little bit uncoordinated when it comes down to how they try to approach this fight against SYS, despite SYS having a little bit more of that low ground to play with. So it's just going to be a very early rest for game 1 for the side of FV. Meanwhile, Esports still struggling by the edges of the map. STE happily claim numbers once they do land onto the island, where, of course, right now, it's still going to take a little bit of time before they actually get anywhere close to land. So, a very, very tough spot to be at the corner of the squad. But, honestly, it's just really down to tough decision makings, which didn't really do them any favors at all.
Yep, I mean, it's kind of tough, right? Like, it's almost like the roll of a dice. Like, you make that decision, you go for it, and you don't regret it. And if there happens to be another team like stopping you from coming in, well, you have to find a way to deal with it. That's pretty much the case. But if you're caught outside with a boat like that, then it's kind of tough to fight back, because obviously it's not easy for you to shoot from that area.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult. While we go back into close to the central areas where we're looking at Austria versus MFG, there's a little bit of a tug of war action where Unknown is already getting shot at it for the meantime. There's just not really any form of a good spacing that some of the teams are given overall. I mean, I say given, but all of this has to be earned actually. Uh, this is definitely going to take a long while before much gets done here by either side.
Hmm. But speaking about either side, like 2-1 for Akira is like all the way on the other side. Are they interested to go for it? Okay, they are circling around. Yes, looks like 2-1 for Akira wants to get points. Damaso is actually playing, so looks like a substitution here for 2-1 for Akira. And they'll try to lock out the final two members of Esports.
Yeah, all these teams really playing very tactically here inside of Sanhok to gatekeep so many squads from approaching forward. And 2-1 for Akira definitely is in the prime position to do so. As pressure is on for the side of STE, still taking a long time as they were trying to fish out members of the side of Esports much early on, but gets himself into even more trouble at the moment. It will take a while, but for he wasn't even worried about the fire. He just knows that this DPS will just make quick work out of him.
Well, he timed it well. The moment he jumped and he landed, the fire actually went out. So not even a single damage from the molly. Beautiful timing by Rankid, a player that has played so much in recent years in top-level tournaments. That actually shows.
Yeah, it definitely shows on their prowess of how they've handled majority of all these type of situations. Now, of course, the situation right now is that there is still some water coverage into the mainland as it will zoom right into the areas of boot camp. So we finally get ourselves the real boot camp battle in Sanhok.
Oh, here we go. Boot camp battle. With Enigma still in it though, so it's their home ground. But the bad news for Enigma is that I believe they don't have a full squad. That's the only thing. Okay, that's a confirmation there. Enigma doesn't have a full squad, so they need to be prepared if they're sieged down by teams from multiple directions. But look at the elimination feed. Looks like a lot of action happening elsewhere with Austria Esports losing Skynin, Red Bull as well, taken out by UA.
Oh, wow. So many casualties as Austria Esports really have to fend for their own. It's only down to Huey as all these grenades are making it rain in such a hot sunny day of Sanhok where he can only do so much. He doesn't really have much meds to work with at the same time. Lufa Boy now pinned down by the rest of Genesis Esports that finally make themselves known in the map. But for now, Exquisite should be able to basically hold down to this compound. Should be a-okay.
Long range just to stamp their position. But then again, Super Pickles here, he kind of knows that someone's across, I guess. He just doesn't have the right information where exactly that member of Austria Esports is at. So Edward is just going to stay put, stay chill for now. But we'll have a look at the circle. How far will it go from this area? Not at all. They are still within it.
Yeah, it definitely will be a long haul fight for all these teams. This is just slightly outskirts of boot camp over onto the eastern corners. Whereas for STE, trouble looming ahead as they do have 2-1 for Akira to deal with from the outskirts. And all they have is just a little bit of cover of a rock at the moment. Very, very tough. As they are just having a lot of situations where they really have to basically hold out for their own miner. Going for the push. Will be traded out from the back as well. Coming in from Wako.
Oh, there you go. Wako saved his teammates. Now able to pick up. He should have enough time to pick all of them up. Rankid just crawling to safety. I think he should be fine now. And it's a matter of them getting into the circle next. They have a vehicle. They can choose to just speed into the circle if they see fit. But the most important thing is that to save your teammate now. Rankid, okay, revive, he should be fine.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we go back into the boot camp with a couple of teams hoping to enter the city. Dread Esports will be the next one to be joining alongside the rest of Enigma. Let's see how Enigma can basically hold out this position, because this is definitely going to be a very, very tough place for these guys to be at. But when the going gets tough, the tough always keep on going. But Enigma doesn't really have to go anywhere at the moment. It's just a little bit of taps coming in from the side of Coca-Cola, hoping to just startle some of all these villages right across. Just making sure that nobody proceeds into the city so that they have a solid chance to qualify. But here comes Coca-Cola. He does get one from the other side.
Yeah, this is when mom tells you not to leave the door open. Yep, now you know why.
What? Well, sorry, Mom. I guess I'll close the door next time. Okay. Meanwhile, with places without doors, MFG on the outside, trying to push towards the side of FRL. Very little spacing in that small shack for them to actually dodge much, but shots are being fired from the side of Coca-Cola as he does get another one in the bag.
Oh. Low ground, 2 players. Oh, nice long reach by Need You. Knocking down one. Eliminated number 11 in the process. Need You tries to secure the elimination point, but can't land the shot. The smoke is not helping him.
Not at all. It's so hard for them to actually get anywhere. There's just so much open spacing that have eyeballs all over the map. Just have to really take it slow, but stage 5 is closing really soon, in about 30 seconds down. Long range shots coming from Yahiko, hoping to actually catch one. Where's Harame, bro? They're booking this really prime spot right in between the outskirts as well as boot camp, because there is still a very high possibility that it does not really land directly inside the training grounds instead.
Okay, time to get into the circle. Lufa is playing this time. He has been subbed out yesterday, I believe, for 4th row. I mean, they've been switching up players, so that's fine. Exquisite have been keeping their lineup fresh with substitutions. Now only 2 players left by them to get into the circle. Coming back onto the boot camp area. Circle went outside of boot camp, but there's still the 3 warehouse within the circle.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be very challenging for Dread Esports to actually get back on the outskirts with a couple more of these walls that they can basically work with, but you still have Harame Bro right into the area where they won't gatekeep anybody coming in from the south. So still very challenging for Dread Esports to go in for the exit much later on.
Scotty, how are you going to get across right now? In the meantime, Fearless Esports out at number 10 without a single point this time. Scotty only has 1 first aid. Oh, it's going to be real tough. Yue doesn't know that he's behind. But Scotty, is he going to take that risk or is he going to deny the point?
Might just actually deny it, because in this situation, there's just no good entry for him unless he goes in for the last end to go in for an exchange. But Kaler now dealing with immense pressure coming in from all sides. Harame Bro forced into this tiny little room to defend for the time being. Pressure from the outskirts as MFG is having 1 member to try to push through, as we have Stranger Esports, unfortunately, outside the play zone. But this is one of a huge performance that we've seen coming from the squad with 8 total eliminations before bowing out.
A big one there by Stranger Esports. Hopefully they'll be able to bring that momentum into the next round where the map will be bigger. We've got Red Esports here tapping onto the other side as they are by the edge of the circle. But the moment they step out of boot camp, it's going to be quite open for them.
Indeed it is. GE, they're playing it slowly by the corner of the hills, while the member of MFG is still really making it painful for the rest of Harame Bro to do much. They did land another knock. Yahiko, all alone, but really playing this magnificently. So far, I'm looking at MFG for so many rounds. It's really Yatka as well as Yumiko here that has been able to really deal a lot of damage per round. And Yums, let's just about spot out 2 lurkers as they will be able to clear things off. So that will be the end of Exquisite.
Yeah, nice blockage there by Zai to take down 2 from Exquisite. 2 in the pocket there for Genesis Esports. And they have 2 members left with the high ground. Not too sure if they do have that circle at small. I believe they still do. But that focus will be on the 3 warehouse. We got the See You Soon here trying to get through 2 other teams in front of them.
Just really have to propel forward from now, because it's going to string real soon. They do have another squad at the back. It's 2-1 for Akira joining the fray, taking out the final member of Enigma. unfortunate for him. Won't be able to make it into the top 5, but 4 elimination points at the very least for the side of Enigma. See you soon, Tiger KE. Holding down on the edge of it. One member side of 2-on-4 Akira, and this looks to be a very, very good attempt coming from the side of Dread Esports to go in for an early invade. Now looking to prime that grenade after getting that knock. We'll be able to land one more coming in from Boy.
Oh, nice one by Moy. Goes in for the backstab at the same time. Wako gets one for himself. Wako, the last member, 2-1-4 Akira defending his ground. Kaya! Beautifully done. Attempted jump shot onto his tail. But Kaya now knocked down Lulu. Tia must win this fight. It's going to be a 1v1. There's a DBS in that. And nothing will stop him as long as he has the DBS.
And now, this is the king on the block over the top end of the hill. GE has been waiting for this golden opportunity in the final few moments. The lost smokes into the center of it all. But GE having Yumzai over on the corner of Raw. Federalis tries to actually trade off with him. Only 2 members left for the side of Harami Bro as they basically fight over on top of the hill. And that will be a perfect shot from Federalis as they take out the Titans. And now playing for that chicken dinner against 2-1-4 Akira. This chicken dinner is bound to be in the hands of the Philippines.
It's a 1v1 and it came from Federalis for Harami Bros. Secure the chicken dinner inside of Sanhok. That last final shot. But wait a second. Wait, what? Did he not get it? What?
I'm not sure.
Wait.
I saw it was Federalis.
You saw it was Federalis getting it.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
There you go. There you go. Not taking it away from Harami Bro because Federalis, quick scope shot on point, brought the chicken dinner.
No matter what, like I said before, the Philippines still got game 1. So, you know, it's just a small little bit of a switch up. So don't worry about it. But honestly, that was one huge highlight play that was created by Federalis. Naturally, on that low ground and high ground fight, especially when you're out in the open, the high ground always wins. But that timing of a peak coming in was not really all too perfect for the side of GE, and Federalis was so sharp. The moment he basically runs across that smoke, he immediately points his crosshair towards the rocks and get that shot, and he knows exactly where 2-1-4 Akira is coming from because they were keeping their eyes around that bootcamp area, and that was beautifully done on a 1v1v1 situation.
That final moment has to be the highlights here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to check this out right now. Harami Bros came out with a total of 8 eliminations, bringing them 18 points in this round. But the action per minute, or more like action per second, and that was insane towards the end. Balky was crossing the road, climbing up the hill, scoped out, and he was like, what, 400 meters away or something like that? With a 3-time scope, bam! Secured the deal, just like that.
And you know, this wasn't an easy round for Harami Bros. They were basically holding on to all these small little compounds to defend for, and they managed to win majority of them. Although heading into the late game, it was a lot of pressure coming from the side of MFG, where you saw multiple of their members were native off, as well as always being stuck inside of the corner until they were forced out. And then this sort of situation happened where SEA challenged the rest of 2-1-4 Akira that made a little bit more of that spacing for them. And despite that, Wako was also being left alone to fight against the rest of STKE and somehow stays alive.
Oh man, that was some amazing stuff there towards the end, but we're not going to take it away from our MVP in this round, which is Yiko. That is the MVP representing MFG Esports. Who needs assist if you can bring in the damage and the eliminations to your team?
Yep, and all you have to do is secure those points and make it to kick off this run for the side of MFG Esports. And he definitely is one of the clutch masters at play, so we'll definitely see a lot more coming out of Yiko for the entirety of the weekend. And of course, later on we'll show you the stats of our winners, Harami Bros.
Here we go. I believe he's the first MVP from MFG though. So that's something for the team to take back home. But for sure, the team that took back home the most, it is of course, Harami Bros. But anyway, we're going to check out the stats from the previous round as well. So 59 total eliminations. That means 5 players have been eliminated by the Soul. We saw a couple of them as they tried to track their way in. Other than that, more than 100 throwables used. The number is still fairly big because based on the preseason tournaments that I saw, in Sanhok, it's normally less than 100.
Yeah. And there's also a lot of revives going through in this round where teams were just battling from the start all the way to the finish line. And as much as this is not a record high setting coming from the Harami Bros, you saw the circumstances that they were basically put at, where a lot of all these members were basically dealing with fights after fights, and then they just keep on going in for revivals to keep themselves alive. But that is still some outstanding numbers when it comes down to the damage being done. And of course, what more can we say about Federales? This is basically the wonder child of the Philippines that will need to be protected at all costs.
Dude, if you're listening to this, okay, I want a Federales shirt right now, okay? This guy is just amazing. I mean, it's not his first time as well, showing his stuff. When he was in West Point Mamba, he did it as well. Still consistent now with the Harami Bros. But let's check out the numbers here. 18 points, as we all know, for the Harami Bros. This is Esports, the team at the top. 12 points, same goes with 2-1 for Akira. We got See You Soon and MFG with 10 points apiece. SCE, 8 points. No rank points. Who needs it? We can get 8. Explicit, 7. Dread Esports, 6 points.
Yeah, and when we look into the first pager there for the top 8, they really put in some strong numbers overall, while there were a little bit of those early battles that didn't really do much justice to teams like FD as well as GOT7, and also some rough decision making coming from Esports to rotate into Kao using the boat for nothing at all, because the circle ended up in the central area of play. So I think definitely they need to really look back on how or why should they do certain things so that they could basically improve for the next run in Erangel.
Well, overall standings now, not much has changed on the top, with Genesis Esports still leading the pack with 30 points difference. Army Bros 161 points. Playbook Esports, who did not play this round, so they have a game in hand at least against Army Bros. At third place, Yangu Galacticos comes in at fourth. We got STE Enigma joining the 100 point club as well. So welcome to the 100 point club. And we have IE Sports with 92, 8 points away from the 100 point, not too far. Explicit 89, 2-1 for Akira 86, and TTQ 84.
Yeah, and I believe that with this chicken dinner for Harami Bros, the number of chicken dinners may be actually tied with GE at the moment. But first, there's one extra game to be played up for GE throughout the course of this weekend, which they will very well be on the mark to break over that 200-pointer record for the time being. Whereas all the other teams will definitely see a little bit more shift coming in from that 80-point onwards, because 8 till 11 is where everything is going to be interchangeable when it comes down to matches per round, depending on their performance overall. But, you know, that was just pretty much the pre-run to all the big maps, as we're going to be moving into the next 3 Erangels that's coming up next. So this is where things get a little bit more exciting. We've seen so many of all these interesting scenarios that have happened inside of this particular map, where as much as we've always seen Erangel in tournaments, these circles that we've been getting here inside of PMCL have been very, very challenging.
Yes, but the challenge will continue, Contra, because next inside Erangel, we will retain the same group again. So Group B is still going to take a break for the next one. In case you're wondering, when will they be back? They'll be back in the following Erangel, which is going to be the 3rd game for today. But before we head on to game number 2, we'll be taking a breather, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll allow our teams to prepare themselves as well. We'll see you guys after this short break.
Welcome back to the PMCL as we're getting ourselves ready for game 2. We've just concluded with some great action in Sanhok where Harami Bros of the Philippines have been able to score the first chicken dinner of the Saturday run. Let's see what more is to come as we move into Erangel. Here with me is Sir Cloud, and my name's Contra, your casters for the entirety of the day. Hope you guys are enjoying things so far. Make sure you guys subscribe as well as hit that follow or like button wherever platform that you guys are watching from to stay up to date of all the latest happenings here in the PUBG Mobile Esports world.
From a personal mechanical perspective, in my opinion, that was the best ending to a round so far that we have seen. Again, it's a personal, individual, mechanical, like how many reactions per second and all that. Yep, if you take that into consideration, that was fast, that was accurate, that was just amazing.
Yeah, overall, like that was technically a 1 versus 1 versus 1 scenario where on Wako's side, he displayed that he knows how to take good care of himself even when crowded up from the corners of boot camp. Meanwhile, Federalis, he's just a mechanical genius on how to basically take on those fights, even at a disadvantageous terrain. And you got GE that has been able to really take control of the high ground to take on many of all these teams. Now, we stick with the same groups as per game 1. When we move into this map, I guess like certain areas we be pretty much open up for the taking. Whereas in the islands, we will always expect to see names like GE as well as Asia to be moving into the area of play, unless if the flight path does not allow them to do so. So we'll definitely have to see what sort of fortune will they actually get heading into this upcoming map.
Again, so Group B is the one taking a break. Time to quick Young Categories, APG Esports, and Playbook Esports. In case you are looking for your favorite team, they will be back in the next round, ladies and gentlemen. So, the one and only representative from Singapore in this match will be Flash Vision Esports. Again, looking at you guys to score the chicken dinner.
I like that in every single map to be played, there's always a reminder to them. Anyways, of course, I will just give them the chance to prove themselves throughout the course of the weekend, as that possibly will be them feeling a little bit more refreshed heading into these upcoming battles with a new perspective on basically how to navigate in some of all these rotations, as well as take a little bit of that cleaner fight. Like now, they definitely proved that they can fight, but can they have a clean fight is the question.
Yeah, the clean fight is the thing, right? Especially like during the start, like if you start to lose like few members early on, you have to play the rest of the round with 3 or maybe 2, then it gets a little bit difficult. So you gotta be careful at the start. We have seen so far the longest round without a single elimination, and it is in this map. Now, that makes me wonder, will we see that again? Possible, because these teams have played enough games with each other. They know the drop spot, and they might readapt to avoid all the other teams. But what we will not avoid is this collaboration, ladies and gentlemen, that we will remind you of, which is the Line Friends.
That's right. You could basically buddy up with Sally to take on your battles, as this offering is happening until 3rd of, 3rd of March. So there is only up till today to make the most of the excitement and buddy up for battle. So make sure you basically get your hands on the charming buddy, Sally, in battle with the new set and items provided.
Yeah, today, tomorrow, either one is the last day. So you guys know what to do right now. We'll be reminding you that time is going to be up. This is going to be the shortest promotion of all our promotions here, ladies and gentlemen. So you got to get into the game and unlock special Line Friends reward. Jump into PUBG Mobile right now. Do not miss out this opportunity to get the brand new prize path in which you can unlock all sorts of amazing Line Friends rewards.
That's right. So that is going to be your last chance, like we said. So if you guys are, fans of those cute little Line Friends, or you just seem to be a collector, that is definitely a deal for you. Now, we are giving a little bit more time for the players to get ready for this upcoming flight. I think like we've definitely seen from yesterday's run that teams are basically picking up more of the pacing when it comes down to how they actually approach Erangel, despite certain maps were treacherous to play out for those that have played maybe in the far edge of the map over north, when circles tend to bring them into the island for most part of some of these matches for the week. So weekend, maybe we're going to see something entirely different. And of course, once again, we never complain because the island matches have always been very exciting.
Yes, military base island. So I wouldn't be complaining, right? We have gotten one before. Yeah. Well, we have actually gotten two so far. Okay.
Yeah, two.
Yeah, two. So it will be super exciting to see that again. I'm not gonna complain if it comes back again and again and again and again. It is the most exciting part. But in case if it doesn't go there, like we gotta give our players a break, right? I wouldn't mind if the circle actually goes all the way up north to Savernி.
Yeah, I think like this has not happened throughout the course of week one so far, and even into other areas of play. It will be pretty interesting to actually see how they would fare. So far, I guess the north as well as the far is has not appeared yet. A couple of all these areas like Pochinki we've got yesterday, we've got a couple of Gatka areas to play out, and of course multiple Sanovska military base. So of course, you guys can also make your prediction in the chat on how this one's gonna go and who's gonna have that second chicken dinner and the first one of Erangel, as we will be moving into our classic map of Erangel.
It's the round without Group B, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Keep your eye on to some hot spots that we have seen so far, especially inside of Milta. Early clash might or might not happen. It will all depend on the teams. Maybe some teams are starting to feel desperate because today is the second last day before we wrap up the week and the points will be locked in. Flight path-wise, it's going to start from the military base island onto the left side of Jogopol. So expect Justice Esports to not go into Rosok. Instead, they're going to go to Novo.
Yeah, a little bit more straightforward for them, and they are happy to oblige with this form of flight. The win ratio when they do drop into Nova Rubnoy is very, very high, and I guess like they could basically stick to the same type of game plan, which is to basically loot up, block the bridges if they have to, depending on where the circle is going to be, and then if it goes to the mainland, I guess like they could always find a way out to eventually take on those battles throughout Milta, which they have also won a couple of times before. Now Harami Bros going directly into the center of the city, whereas majority of all these other teams are also dropping into hospital grounds as well as Jogopol. So I'm not sure if we're gonna get the fight going on so early. Small coverage into the island, but this is assumingly headed to the mainland.
I'm keeping my eye on the area of Mary Pier. We might see a first fight here. Yes, we will. Stranger Esports fighting now. Some shot comes in. Nicely done. There will be an early elimination. Punch it off just to save on ammunition. Free loot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, quite the smooth pickup right there in the early game. As unfortunately for what I do believe to be Austria, they're just going to be hanging back with one member less. Meanwhile, Myth Clan, they already committed themselves into this early port battle, which is going to be quite daunting of a challenge. Let's see how they will be able to cope with that form of a pressure, as a lot of all these guys are barely having just about enough loot. So they need to make sure that they handle the situation correctly. Meanwhile, See You Soon also takes on another, leaving only one member behind. Lulutev is the only one left standing. Esports wrapping them around, and they will be the first team to bow out.
It's almost like one of those blink and you miss it moments, ladies and gentlemen. See You Soon becomes the first team to be eliminated. Taking home 1 point with them in this round though. But See You Soon, not the team that is in the most comfortable of position. So yeah, I mean that's 1 point, cool. But since we're going to wrap up the week by tomorrow, they need to do a lot more after this.
Yeah, and so much really happening in the early span of the match because of the flight path that really forced them into uncomfortable areas where they're hoping to basically grasp a couple of loot, but they gotta ensure that it's gonna be safe. Meanwhile, Enigma still on a little bit of that standoff against Myth Clan. Despite Myth Clan having lesser loots, they're being very respectful of not overstepping the line. Because one wrong move can basically leave them with so little more members to work with for the rest of the game.
Oh, either that or they're waiting for reinforcements to come in. So let's see what they're going to do. Or are they just going to plan out their next round? It may seem to be the case. Joseph and Easy K moving towards the area of Milta, probably gathering information just to see where they can go. And being at this bridge area is pretty nice because you can try to block out teams who want to come onto the main peninsula, i.e. Genesis Esports.
Yeah, and for Genesis Esports, there won't be much action in Zandover annoying, but for the side of 214 Akira, they could also be a team that will be guarding the likes of GE from making their way into the mainland if they choose to do so later on. Arab now will be playing inside of FV and will be able to actually land an opener. A very solid start as we see them going up against FRL. Need you almost connecting that final blow with the AK now being put into play. And here comes the rest of FV arriving to the scene, crashing right down the ditch instead. Finding it hard to actually take down Bozo, and there we go. Beautiful, beautiful shots connecting.
Lots of attempts, but because of that vehicle, they kind of blocked his DBS. It was a bit unfortunate that Harry with the state. How many can he get out of it? Oh, nice knock on the Papa J. But because he's all alone, he's out of nades though. So even if he wants to follow up, like the spread from Flash Vision, it's not something they can handle alone.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this is going to be all right for them to basically hang on towards as the members of the side of Flash Vision. As they're definitely closing right in. FRL has got to make a run for it as Baby Harry being left up all alone. FV looking to win an early game battle, and they've heard us pretty much loud and clear. You're asking for a clean team fight, they will bring it to it.
Oh, Harry gets one, he gets two back to back. Could this be one of the biggest clutch in this tournament? Harry now, another one more to go. Harry, he could probably do it. Goes into the house, finds another angle. Harry, Contra, what are we watching here? Harry's over. Can we go? Oh!
He's just gotta fight it. I mean, he's got more health actually against the rest of FV. And yes, he does! Clears them all out. FV taken out yet again in a 1 versus 4.
What did we just watch? Holy smokes, 1v4. Man, that okay. Now TQ has to come by. If somehow he can 1v4 TQ, he deserves a world-class highlight.
With only time will tell for Baby Harry. This time, I'm not calling him Baby anymore. I mean, this guy's a Giga Chad. Just look at him go. Honestly, to no fault as to why FV will just make the push like that, because you got the numbers advantage. And somehow, for some reason, it all just falls apart. Goodness me. We did not expect this to ever happen. Especially coming from Harry, but also, that was supposed to be the first clean fight for FV, and I cursed it.
Well, looks like no longer cursing here as a Harry eliminator, but Nothing's going to take away that performance in this round for him. A 1v4 performance. I can't wait to look at the highlights again because that was amazing. The way he moved around the building, he didn't play passive. His shots were on point. It is just wow by Harry. I mean, sign my cheek. I don't know, man. This guy's definitely something.
Well, I guess your cheek is big enough to be signed on, so well, we'll see how they're gonna be able to basically get that done. But for now, we get an update of this circle as it will be moving into the Rosa area. Austria Esports now taking the slower rotation from the island. It has been cleared off as GE has bypassed Novornoe. Meanwhile, of course, still can't get over that moment. Oh boy, it's still living in my mind.
I know it's a very hairy moment, but still, Flash Vision. Come on, guys. I mean, I personally really want to see a team from the Singapore region getting it. That was a chance to win the fight. It's a 1v4, but that just happened. But of course, not gonna take away the brilliance of Harry as well. The way he navigated through, that will be in our minds for quite a while. Back onto the rotation though. Austria now coming through the bridge. Nobody is challenging them. So it's going to be a pretty easy ride for Austria.
Yeah. For Austria Esports, they've been able to actually plan out their routing very, very well, as well as timing in order to actually make it across safely. Whereas they decide to move closer towards the right side, knowing that the majority of the teams are closer towards the central area, so that will ensure that safety net. So great studies being done. Meanwhile, for the quarter, they are still over on the northern point as they are looking to find a safe way to get their way into Rozok, I do believe. Well, will not take too long. I mean, the damage numbers may not be all too worrisome for now in terms of the blue zone's damage, but you don't want to enter the zone and then deal with a fight that happens eventually. Now, let's go to our winners of Sanhok as we see the rest of Harami Bros on our screen at the moment. The squad definitely stand a really good chance to really make it to the PMGO. I say this really early, but of course, that's also because they are one of the top competitors, the only team right now, mathematically, to challenge the members of GE, who's currently sitting at the top of the table.
And despite PBE, they do have one game against Harame Bros, so that's one thing to consider as well. And GE, they also have one game against Harame Bros. Let's not forget about that. So, that's quite a good advantage that the GE has at this moment in terms of talking about the overall charts. But if you can finish like second place, to me that's not too bad. Second place, third place, that's not too bad because again, it is not about the championship at this stage of the tournament. It's all about getting into the grand finals.
That's right. So, other than, of course, the grand finals, a lot of money on the line, so long as they remain at the higher side of the podium. But for now, of course, we focus back into this current matchup where we are seeing the circle slowly moving into the areas of the outskirts of school. A lot of high hills for them to slowly play this one out, as the rest of the squads are mainly inbound. Not too much of a pressure for most part for all the teams currently inside of the circle. Meanwhile, the quarter have finally arrived to a safe area, but they are still slightly on the outskirts. Eventually, they'll make it past.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of space here since the circle is kind of nice this time. It's like the main producer circle, so you have like all angles that you can come in from. Hence, we can see that all these teams, if they're evenly spread out or if they're quite well spread out, then the chances of actually meeting up is still kind of low at this stage. So we might see more fights at stage 5 onwards.
Yeah, that's where we will definitely keep our eyes closely onto the top end of the hill on who basically garners that control. Shots now fired from the side of Dread Esports, hoping to actually pass the rotation of the quarter as they just basically zoom past like the F1 barring circuit. No Max Verstappen though, but they will definitely earn a point into these qualifying rounds. So for the side of the quarter right now, getting one pick off is one thing, but there is still three more in the forest.
Yeah, the quarter taking a quarter out of their opponent from Dread Esports. So looking for more, looking to make it half at least. Chris comes by, but he's on the lower ground being shot at. 20% of health left, tries to get away to safety. Chris saying his prayers. He's A-okay, but can't say the same for Yue. Demo's on his knees as well. Looks like Chris is down out in the open.
Oh boy. The top now goes in for a prime challenge, and they are really raking these numbers back. 3 points ahead for the side of the quarter, while Dread Esports only down to 1 as they managed to bypass him, circling him then like eagles. And really not much spacing created for them to really hang on tightly heading into this stage of the game.
Here we go first. Trying to buy time for himself so he can revive the top. He's being shot at from the other side. Ooh, I believe it's by MFG all the way downtown. Bad news for them that the circle no longer favors TQ. So they have to make a decision now. The good news is that the top is back up so he can try to fend off Moy while Feng buys time to reset himself.
A lot of exchanges of the grenades happening throughout the top. Cautiously places one against the rest of Exquisite that have arrived at the scene, as they are definitely finding it a little bit daunting of a task in order to get the full vision of them. But Super Pickles will now find one. Serious Esports from another side of the map has been taken out.
Oh, Yahiko, he scoped out onto the top. Kind of knows where he is, but because the circle is quite close, so he's getting the position, planning for the next phase instead. Fern and the top, how are they going to get in? They are surrounded by 2 different teams.
It's definitely going to be really, really difficult for these boys out there. They're basically rotating very far at the back to the play zone. I mean, this is definitely going to be a tough challenge, but they're hoping to actually gather maybe a little bit more of that spacing. There is an airdrop that they can basically get for themselves before moving into the circle. And it seems like they will do so, but they're looking at the timer. There's not much that they can basically hang on into securing that crate for the time being, as they have more work to do to just secure themselves into the next phase.
Well, they'll be coming from an open field, trying to get into the circle. You can see that 214 Akira putting up bullets to try to stop them, so they have to make an even further rotation if they want a safe entry in. Definitely can't come by 214 Akira since they don't have the numbers. So they're still going down south, and they might enter through the... I think south side will be too far, maybe somewhere on the east side of the circle coming.
Yeah, that's most likely the case coming into this current scenario. Whereas MFG now getting sprayed from left as well as right. It's not going to be a safe spot for them. They don't have any form of room to hide as they take a mid-hill to hold up for the time being. But now Wako now sees one using the Mini 14, trying to actually tag off MFG that have just arrived, which is why I say this isn't exactly the place to stop by. I guess they're just trying to hang on to dear life for now.
Oh, nice long-range knock. But at least he's on the clear for his teammates to revive him. But MFG, okay. Gonna move on to the high ground, wants to take over this area from 214 Akira, but now 214 Akira is back up. MFG will not let them go. Yatka comes in with DBS. He sees one, but gets knocked down immediately. The muscle follows up with his own DBS. He's knocked down, but he's not done yet with this area. 214 Akira will need to defend this against MFG unknown. Sent by his target, but the vehicle right from it exploded in his face. The muscle will still win the fight in the high ground, but has to recover quick.
He has to do so swiftly, and this is just going to be very, very difficult for him, as this will eventually have the rest of Exquisite now dishing out the damage against 2-1 for Akira, sending them off.
Well, beautiful follow-up by Exquisite as the third party to finish them off. And now they not only have this high ground, they have a couple of points in the pocket as well. But now the circle shifted down south. This high ground is no longer valuable. It will just be an entry point for Exquisite.
Yeah, speaking of entry point, the only one that doesn't need to make any form of entry is MythClan. Look at where that plays. This is the only compound possible for anybody to hold out, and they are directly in the center. They're definitely looking forward to playing that late game phase, but Harame Bro might actually change that. They are moving in from the back, and this could be a way for them to basically cut through.
Sorry? Thompson is going to rush in all alone. He gets the first knockdown. And then someone going to follow up from the top. Red Bull will be the one to finish him off. Good follow-up there by Red Bull. Astro Axe traded, and it's a worthwhile trade indeed. Chewy comes in to provide further backup, but just Esports seeking revenge.
Murnat Boy now, huge nade coming from the side of GE, pins them down. Chewy just moved into the corner in order to try to get a glimpse, but will eventually be taken out. Asha Esports did not stand a chance at all against the leaders.
Oh man, look at the elimination feed now. Myrna take it out. Looks like the GE only has one active player left. The top will save his teammate. Federales, the man of the Sanhok round, is coming in together with his team. Still a full squad, and they got 6 elimination points. They are pretty confident right now to find their next target, circling around to seek out Cooper.
Huge nade now being cooked right in from Federalis. Should be making quick work out of the side of the quarter. Federalis so confident. It's basically a 1 versus 2 at this area of play. Master Ichi trolling from the back. GE, with that final member in play, will have to deal with Harame Bros, and Harame Bros happily runs him down. This is a huge statement coming in from Harame Bros against GE. And now look at the amount of points the Bros have gotten for themselves. 7, looking for 9. I mean, these guys just basically push right in, and I believe in Federalis, man. Like, the way that he's been playing so far, being on such a hot form. Federalis still not really pushing against the side of top, as they did manage to get the revives through, but attacks are being fired from the side of Enigma at the same time, which is why Range is being very respectful of the area.
You believe in Federalis. I'm a Federalis fan by now. Federalis, like, I'll ask him for a date at this point, you know.
Oh boy, I'm not sure he swings that way, but okay.
Well, what I mean is that, you know, gotta get to know like amazing players and just making friends. You know.
Podcasting. Yeah, that's acceptable. That is the only acceptable one. Yeah. So we'll see if we can basically arrange that. Meanwhile, the Bros are moving down south. And they are hoping to claim that hill where Esports is currently situated. A very smart maneuver, and that will leave a little bit more of that open spacing for the quarter to play out this round. Koopa, all alone, still so far away and has to journey on foot. This is not really all too easy to do. Meanwhile, I do fancy some chances coming in from the side of GOT7 that's currently moving in from the north. So they have just about enough area of play, but let's see what
dude
out of it. What?
We saw that caught in 4K.
For a moment, I thought it was from 214 Akira. But if it was 214 Akira, they will be a goner right now.
Yeah. It was so, and he was lucky that someone was just beside him to revive him. But, dude, bruh, come on, man.
I'm not sure if it's even intentional to begin with, but well, we'll leave it as that. Koopa still finds some damage to be done, actually taking down one member of the side of the quarter. Now that leaves the two of them all alone. Naughty Boy now knocks one down from the side of GOT7. Super Pickles and the rest of Exquisite, they are by the edge of the circle, but in a tough predicament because they could not afford to make themselves seen at all. Rami Bros just basically playing with the high ground advantage, but there's nothing to be seen over top. The compound where Myth Clan is holding is still going to be within the next phase, so most likely than not, eventually somebody has to either flush out Myth Clan from that position.
Well, I think the one player that's in a difficult position right now is the one on the right side of the circle. The last player of Enigma. So let's see how he's gonna get in because there's a team waiting for him inside. Stage 7 is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. In about a minute more, the top making his move. Okay, closing in, but he might land just right below Harami Bros. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that later on as now we focus on the Exquisite trying to stop Koopa from entering the circle.
This guy has already suffered just about enough, and now pressure is on. Super Pickles denying him any form of entry as they will pick themselves that one pointer, making it 4 for the side of Exquisite. And Koopa did fairly well, even despite him really playing all alone. He did pick one up much early on, so that adds 2 pointers back for the side of Enigma. Now we're looking at 9 points. Harame Bro hunting out for their back-to-back chicken dinner in order to basically chase up against the rest of GE. Naughty boy, not much to be done down there as Isaac will be picked off by Ngapekau.
Team I, one down, one more to go. ZZ from God7 do not circle. The circle shift into slightly down south. So we've got 2 teams locked out of the circle. There you go. A good clear view. Exquisite on the outside, on the other side of the road. So it's going to be hard now that the road is going to separate them from getting into the circle.
Perfect shots now landing across. Naughty boy still holding down the line to make it into the top 5. But this is a very dangerous area, especially with the attention being drawn right in. And from the back, I don't think he notices Dale. He's just going to be seeking out for this opportunity as Esports hanging by a trap while God7 tries to move directly inbound. And perfect spray to dish out damage coming in from the Dale, but not enough to take him out just yet. But we'll be giving opportunity for him to go for the nade. It's going to be Naughty Boy hoping to steal it one away.
Ooh, nice shot from the top. And now we can see the members of God7 coming in to try to save his teammate, but I think it's been in the open. To win the fight first. Myth Clan now infiltrated by Exquisite. They're coming by. Exquisite managed to go through.
Esports taken out, but there is so little room in this hunt. They crash into the wrong compound as Myth Clan still has Nathan here to basically fend them off. Myth Clan holding it all the way down, but Nathan hoping to also bring his DPS of his own. Damage being done towards the side of Myth Clan. We thought that they could pull off a better defense. Easy. Making sure that he secures that point. Going for a reload, and he runs out of bullets.
Wait, what?
He runs out of bullets.
How? Wait.
Nathan clutched it.
How?
He took them all down.
I thought he was out of bullets. They looked like they were punching each other at some point. Okay, all right. We'll need to look at the highlights again for that. That happened so fast. But now, Harame Bros! It had to be the man of the hour, Federale.
So many interesting fights happening in this game. Started with the MV fight, and now this, a battle without bullets. Now, of course, Harame Bros managed to capitalize on that situation where God7 now cleft by the edges. The rest of the bros now have that perfect opportunity. All 4 members alive to take another chicken dinner home, but Federales is down.
Federales, the key player for Harame Bros on his knees. Range is the closest team member to be able to pick up Federales, but looks like they're trying to stop God7 from coming in first, tossing all the utilities onto the outside, putting pressure. Range will be with Federales, saying to him, hold my hand. Don't look into the light, my friend. Hold my hand.
Well, hand holding can only last so long because the circle also only looking right in. So pressure is on with the side of God 7. More damage to be done. Holding Africa left and Harami Bros back-to-back win for the Philippines.
Harami Bros again and again, ladies and gentlemen. Kayla Federales, Erangel, the champions of PMCL Philippines, got a back-to-back chicken dinner.
Phenomenal. An absolute epic performance coming out of Harami Bro. And this matchup has so many interesting stuff that goes on. FV 4 versus 1 lost out to Baby Harry. Baby Harry really put up a performance of a lifetime. And of course, that will be featured in our highlights right here.
Yeah, that has to be here, right? That has to be here somewhere. But anyway, for Harami Bros, 13 eliminations in this round. Still not breaking the record held by Genesis Esports with 16 eliminations. Okay, here's the Harry moment, guys. Okay, that's the double knock. Immediate end. And he just circles around. The third knock is here. Okay, and check out the last knock. Okay, the final knock, the last member from Flash Vision came in a little bit later. So he was not able to follow through when Harry was reloading, and his health was very low. So Harry just needed to land the one final shot. Look at this. Yep, there you go. 4v1, guys. That's the highlight of the day. Beat that.
Yeah, and that was so clean, right? Like, he knows that he's at a disadvantage, while he's also taking members down. He makes sure that he secures the point first, just in case if he's taken out instead. And then we have this heal fight where it really went very personal for the side of 214 Akira. And then, you know, they managed to save the day by using that DPS. So, other than that, there was that fight inside the shack near towards the tail end where you look at DZ. 8 shells, he basically full sends it, goes in for a real, and after that, it's Nathan that managed to clutch it.
Nathan went in with the punch, and then what? Did he pick up a M4 in between? Was he out of bullets? Oh man, I had so many questions on that fight though. I wish I could see it again and again. Maybe I'll just check out the live stream fight the other day just to get an answer for myself. But anyway, I with Smith X is our MVP this time. 2 eliminations and 755 damage.
Well, that can only mean one thing. A lot of people have been stealing things away from Smith X, or he's been really dishing out a lot of long-range shots that have been able to see him really putting up those damage numbers into the chart. Although, you know, we see a lot of spectacles out there. I thought that, you know, with Baby Harry's 4-pointer, we'll be able to actually secure that MVP. But of course, kudos to Esports with Smith X. Second MVP performance.
And speaking of second, it is the second chicken dinner for none other than Harami Bros. 13 eliminations, 2,206 damage. Now, I do wonder if Harami Bros did enough to overtake Genesis Esports. I think not yet, because they had a 20-point gap. At Genesis Esports, they picked up a couple of points as well. So maybe not yet, but give them one more round, they could potentially do it.
Yeah, at least the margins are really close this time around. Harami Bros really hunting them for that #1 spot. When we talked about, you know, sure there is that one game advantage for the time being, but by the end of the weekend, everyone will be pretty much playing the same amount of matches. So far, only 60 total eliminations have been happening across the map. Very standard numbers that we're looking at here coming into this set of match in Erangel.
Here is the total eliminations, 60. Only 4 went out to the zone, so I think that's pretty okay. Not a really unusual stat. Same goes for the throwable shoes, 164, so that is pretty close. So yeah, I guess the numbers are kind of okay here. But for the match standings, if I look at the numbers overall, at least no one went out empty-handed.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about 20-point gap, right? Or of course, much more than that between them as well. GE's only got 3 points acquired in this round, so it will be them securing a 20-point leap closer towards the side of GE. Whereas, I think Exquisite played this round very, very well, securing 7 eliminations that tallies up to 12. Meanwhile, mid-clan with 9, 8 for the side of GOT7, and 8 for Esports that makes the top 5.
Yes, and if we look at the score here, my eyes are actually on Justice Esports and Harami Bros. So 23 and 3, they should be on par in terms of total points collected. And if that's true, the tiebreaker should still favor to Genesis Esports as far as I remember. But we'll let the officials do the tabulation. Let's check out the overall scores here. Justice Esports still on top, still with a 10-point gap.
Yeah, and now it's just 10 points. So with one more chicken dinner to go, it's absolutely doable for the side of Harami Bros. Whereas for the side of the other squads, I guess like PBE will have a really rough time to chase up against Harami Bros. So PBE, it will be hanging tight onto that third spot as Erangel is also closing in with 190 points. STE now moves into the top 5 where Enigma is going to be at 6th position with 108 points. And Esports have finally joined the 100-point club.
Well, welcome Esports. Just enough to make that 100. Next is probably going to be 214 Akira. They're at 91 right now. EPQ 84. And on page number 2, we got MFG, TQ, see you soon. Red Esports, Myth Clan, GOT7, Osja Esports, who is at number 17 out of the top 16. FRL, and the 2 Singaporean teams, APG and Flash Vision Esports. But to be fair, for APG, they did not play. So still waiting for them to come back to collect points.
That's right, and we'll see whether or not they'll be able to collect plenty of it as they will be joining us for these upcoming Erangel matches. So I'm definitely happy to welcome them on board. So with that being said, we will be seeing what will happen this time around because GE did not get as many points as possible in this Erangel match. So we'll have to see if they will be able to bounce back up to really retain that number 1 spot firmly till the end of the week.
And we'll also be keeping an eye on if any other highlight can top the 1v4 highlight today later on. And up next, again, it's going to be Erangel after this. And of course, Group B is going to come back into the fray. So in case you miss your favorite team from Group B not playing, stay tuned for the next round. Till then, we'll be taking a short break. So see you guys after this one.
guys go boom.
I hope all of you guys are having a lovely Saturday so far, as this is the PMCL Southeast Asia. Thank you for joining us, as Circle and I, Contra, will be bringing you all the action once again in the PUBG Mobile Esports realm here in Southeast Asia.
Well, in the next round, we'll be looking for highlights to top the 1v4 highlight today. That was the most amazing highlight so far, and we're only in game number 2. Now, coming to game number 3, if anything can top that, this is, well, it's already a very exciting weekend, but yeah, I guess that would just extend the record.
Yeah, it can only get better from here on. Harame Bros could also set a record right here. They already got that back-to-back chicken dinner. Can they do a triple chicken dinner is going to be something that we'll be seeking out for. So we'll definitely have to witness whether if that is going to be possible. But of course, no pressure on them. Even if they don't, I believe that they will once again look towards getting another strong run in order to chase up to that number one spot. Meanwhile, we are having another group joining us heading into this upcoming battle, so we'll see what will go down this time in Erangel.
Yeah, we're going to reintroduce Group B into our lineup that consists of teams Time to Quick, Young Organicals, APG Esports, and Playbook Esports. So they're going to come back here into the game. Now, out of all these, Playbook Esports, they are also one of the contenders for the number one spot by the end of tomorrow. After looking at their top two contenders, especially Harame Bros, they will be itching to play this game and try to overtake them and maybe that number one spot. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, B, C, D, and E will be playing. So Group A will be chilling.
Yeah, they will just take a little bit of a break, and then much later on, they'll be joining us for the other rounds of Erangel. Whereas when we look into the team that will be missing out, it will pretty much will have a couple of all these guys that will be taking a break from Flash Vision Esports, Myth Clan, God of Death 7, as well as Fearless Esports for now.
Yes, so here they are. Just want to point out that the one that lost the 1v4 was a Flash Vision, and I think they would appreciate this break in this round because I'm sure they need to recuperate themselves, prepare themselves for the following round after that 1v4 sort of a performance that came out of Harry. Harry will be playing this round because he's in Group D with Strangers Esports, so we'll be able to see more of him this time, and let's see if we can pull off another individual performance like what we saw.
Yeah, and of course, hopefully, none of the teams will be receiving an overwhelming blow, just like what FV did early on. Because sure, it creates great highlights, but when we do look at how it could basically create such a negative mental impact on the team on the receiving end, so I guess like that it's definitely much needed, like you said, but. Now that we have, of course, these groups to play out from, I believe that this is going to be pretty stiff in terms of how the matches are going to go, especially now that Playbook Esports will be arriving here with a little bit more pressure to be created against the rest.
Yes, and while we wait for our match to start, I'm going to drop a Federalist fun fact. So in the PMNC Philippines, he was awarded the top eliminator in the PMNC Philippines Grand Finals especially, and his number is 46 eliminations. Now
46 eliminations.
Yeah, remember 46, right? The second place guy is Minor, who we see from time to time on screen, is 32. So Federalist is ahead by 14 eliminations to be the top eliminator.
It's actually crazy in terms of the numbers that they rack up. That is back in the PMC, but now we're having a really long league in the PMCL. So I believe that, of course, that number can be pretty much beaten within the upcoming weeks. Of course, when you accumulate all of these matches to be concluded, and I'm pretty sure that there's a lot left in the tank coming in from Federalis. And not only that, there are bound to be other names that will prove to be contesting for that as well. Some of the members from Playbook as well as Justice Esports are very, very good examples of teams that can actually do so.
Yeah, at this point, because we don't have like every round stat that follows how many eliminations each individual gets, so it's kind of hard to tell who will be the one that gets the top elimination by the end of the day. But what's not hard to tell is for you guys to be able to still get this while it still lasts. The Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress set up until the 9th of March.
Yeah, this is going in for a limited time only, so make sure you guys grab it quick as it will be ending within the span of a week. So you guys definitely will have to get your hands on it ASAP, as this is in conjunction of the Year of the Dragon, where you could get your hands on the Drag Rain MK14, which also offers the Loot Crate, Illumination Broadcast, and on-hit effects that awaits you. So make sure you basically top up if you don't have the UC, because the first draw is only at 10 UC, so that's going to be affordable.
Yeah, same goes for this as well. The first draw will be only at 10 UC. The Silver Glint set, which is available from now up until the 21st of March. Take this opportunity to upgrade your AWM together with a Loot Crate, Elimination Broadcast, and also on-hit effect. So log on to the game right now, get this new set as part of your collection. I know there are a lot of collectors out there, and flex it out to your friends. Create content. Don't forget to tag PUBG Mobile in the process.
Yeah, and we definitely love to see it. So, well, there's definitely a lot of flashy plays that you could basically create with this new set that offers you so much of all these great stuff. Now, we're going to be preparing ourselves for our upcoming round inside of Erangel, as we will see what really happens from here on for all the squads that will try to get themselves that chicken dinner and be a little bit of $100 richer. So far, Harame Bros just $200 today being claimed, and who knows, they might actually make it 3. Whereas with the inclusion of Anchor PUBG yesterday was a really good run for them, where they've been able to really climb the charts, further solidifying themselves to hit directly into the top 16.
Well, GE had the 2 doubles before, twice. So if Harame Bros can get a 3rd chicken dinner, they'll be the first team to break 3 chicken dinners in a row. That makes it a streak, obviously. So let's see if they can do that in the next round. Other than that, if we recap on yesterday, the first 4 maps, chicken dinner was taken by teams from Myanmar. So could today be the Filipino days? Because technically, if you want to count yesterday's Miramar games, it's already 4 in a row for the Filipinos.
Yeah, that's 4, and today you already have 2, so we'll see. Will it be a pure domination coming in from their end? Because it could very well entirely be possible. But, of course, I'm not just going to be counting out all the other squads that also will be playing for today, because there's plenty to play for, and this is the very first week. Teams basically making a lot of adjustments into making themselves more secure heading into this matchup.
Yes, so the challenge is, of course, on the other teams to try to break that streak, try to create another moment. I mean, there's a lot of things up for grabs for these teams. And of course, since APG is playing this round, I'll be looking forward to seeing the Singaporean team scoring a chicken dinner. I'll drop a fun fact about APG. Okay, so we do have time here, all right? We do have time. So for APG, since yesterday you asked about APG's collaboration with the Singaporean team, so I got a text from Sis Jenny, and she allowed me to share this on stream on the fun fact. It says, so it's a partnership-based agreement. The owner of APG Esports is Ausrun. Hopefully I didn't butcher the name. Company name is Ausrun. Okay, yep, can't say that. But he has a business partner in Singapore. So basically, APG moved to Singapore to bring his business along, and because of this collaboration, so it's also to promote APG's brand in the Singaporean region as well. However, Sis Jenny still retains the slot under HGD, which was the name used when they played during the PMNC.
I see. That are really interesting fun facts. Of course, you did actually send me the same text that I didn't ask, can I actually share it? But now, first, we share to you guys the spectacles of what these teams will bring to the table as we move into another round of Erangel.
So flight path from Starboard down to military base. With this kind of flight path, we might see Genesis Esports go to Rosal instead. Keeping an eye on that. When are they going to drop? Since they like to drop like the earlier parts of the flight path. So far, that's the trend that we have been seeing. But if they still want to go to Novo based on the flight path, it is still doable for them. So I also want to see like what's the pattern here for Genesis Esports. Other than that, of course, we got some debutants here in which we'll be keeping an eye, especially on Milta. That is a normal clash point.
Yeah, for Milta, I guess like we will might actually see a little bit of that challenge coming from 214 Akira against a slight chance of APG being around those corners as well. So too soon to tell, but GE sees that this is gonna be free access to Novo because most often than not, when you have such a flight path with an access into Rozok, other teams will be contesting, and Anchor PUBG as well as YG will take that for themselves. Circle will still be around the central area to play out for
Oh,
across the Medusa intersection, which I like to call it. That is between Shelter, Mansion, as well as Rozok in particular. So it could be anywhere from there, or even Yasnaya.
well, despite the flight path, looks like GE still went to Novo, and another team, which is Stranger Esports, actually went there as well. So I think it's an unintentional clash, but it just happened because if honestly, if I was SDE, I would think that the GE will go to Rosa with its flight path, and Novo will be open so they can take that. But looks like that's not going to be the case. So now two teams are in the same area.
Very, very interesting to see how this is gonna pan out. Especially we've seen GE being uncontested in the early game throughout the course of the PMCL Southeast Asia. I believe that they know this place at like the back of their hands. Minor, one of the top fraggers coming in from PNMC Philippines, will have to prove himself against the Titans of the Burmese side.
Well, let's see who will win this fight. They seem to have a good separation so far. But I'm still keeping an eye on the whole Novo fight here. So the Novo City mostly controlled by Genesis Esports, so they would have majority of the loot. For Stranger Esports, they only have a couple of compounds on the outside, so I'm not sure how much they can get from that compound. So I'll be a little bit worried for them. They might want to consider like making just a quick loot, grab a vehicle, and go straight into the main peninsula.
But the other problem is that they may actually bump into other teams as well when they move in so early. If we didn't notice that the way that they usually move past Novo is only when phase one is closing to know that other teams are also leaving the vicinity. And with the circle still surrounding Milta, you will also expect a little bit of a setup that may actually be on over the bridge or just around the outskirts of the city. So it will definitely take a while before any of those commotion will set right in.
And another factor will be also if any team were to try to block out the bridge area, especially the right bridge, then Stranger Esports will be caught in it. And without much utilities based on the compounds that they have to loot, it's going to be hard for them to get across. So I would still love to see what's going to happen there. Circle happened to be on the right side of the map, so it's very likely still that they will use the right side bridge as an access to get into the circle.
And as we focus back onto the side of Harami Bros as well, all eyes are on them to eventually look to take down GE, but it never is ever going to be that easy to do so. But now that, positioning wise and everything else considered, Harami Bros is always going to be very secure when you're playing in the central field of Pachinki. So, not an issue at all for the squad.
Master Vape on a bike, a quiet vehicle. So that's one advantage of using the bike, right? No fuel needed. It's quiet, so technically kind of okay to do some scouting. But frankly speaking, it's not the most practical because it's not the fastest. If you're being shot at, you have very minimal cover. Your speed is not that great, so it makes you an fairly easy target. So I'll be a bit careful for him in case he bumps into other teams. What we can see on screen right now is Enigma closest.
I'm not particularly a big fan of the bike because there's basically no cover, especially when you do move around the map once you're being spotted out. It's hard to basically even dash off. Speaking of which, Master Vape and the rest of Esports now have already had shots coming from QB with the AUG. To me, it's still considered as a very strong weapon. Back then, it used to be exclusively in the airdrops, but it's no longer the case. I believe that there's also adjustments to the weapon at hand to make it a little bit more balanced, it seems.
Well, looks like he left the bike, and now he's back onto Milta, but that's absolutely fine. Since the circle is on that side, I would expect that if they were to make any rotation, probably wait for stage number 2 and see where the circle goes. And if it does go up north or somewhere in the middle, go up to the high ground where the area of mansion is at, and that will be one of the prime. I wouldn't say prime. One of the good positions to be up there, since you do have the high ground advantage, and the terrain is rough enough for them to defend against incoming teams.
Yeah, that could potentially be the kind of strategic play that can actually give them a rewarding experience so far. For now, of course, we will see how they will be able to sustain for the time being. As the teams are traversing across the bridge, Austria Esports will be able to actually make it in without too much of a hassle for the time being.
Yep, they will pick the left bridge as an access. I guess one of the ideas is that they don't want to bump into Genesis Esports, or maybe they had information that the stranger also dropped by, so they don't want to crowd the right side bridge. Left side bridge, good for them. Nobody else is there. Nobody's bridge camping, so they have easy access. As long as they can make their way onto the main peninsula, they should be okay. Then next is really up to them when it comes to execution, because Austria Esports, they up until now is still finding their footing, finding the momentum in this tournament.
Yeah, and of course, it's quite a cause of concern here in week 1. We repeatedly scrutinize it in the early stages of the PMCL, but now that they've also shown that they still have some fight left in them, so of course they still have very good chances to make it past the top 16. But they cannot afford to, have too much more of a slack, because week 2 is going to be where they really have to be on the 5th gear. Now, Circle actually brings everybody into Snap Pollyanna. I am a very big fan of this terrain, because there's 2 sides to this battle. Some players would like to play around the lake of Yasnaya. Some like to play directly inside of the city of Yasnaya. And majority of them will also be on the open field. And some may also take covers where Yango Galacticos is at, because that area oversees the open fields of the region of play.
Oh, what I'll be interested to see is that how Stranger Esports is going to deal with the circle. Number 1, it goes up north. Number 2, they've been circling around the area of main to the base. I can imagine that they are looking for like those small houses just to loot up before they get into the main peninsula. So I'm not sure how much they got for now. But if they don't have enough, especially when it comes to healing utilities, I worry about them surviving the blue.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very, very difficult to do so. Now, as we look at the quarter, they have made their typical rotation, already getting past some of all these tough areas. Now it's really down towards how they basically hold out inside of the city of Yasnaya. Shots now from the side of Monboy, as we will not see a pick off just yet. TTQ have some safe grounds to cover, therefore we'll be able to get that revive in the jiffy.
All right, here we go. We got Playable Esports making their debut today, and they happen to be beside another debutant, TTQ. Both of them in the zone, so holding on to their own ground. So with this sort of a setup, I don't expect them to go all out aggressive for each other, since we still have not even seen the first split just yet. This is already breaking the record for the longest first split that we have seen in this tournament.
Yeah, stage 2, and teams are playing a little bit more calculated. But it's also due to the fact that, this circle that we are getting is a little bit more on the neutral state. So they have plenty of time to plan as well as prepare for what's about to come. And that's why we will see maybe a lesser opportunity for teams to really, really go for those big blow of a fight. But I say that now. The next phase onwards, this is where things get really, really rowdy when it shrinks deeper into the open plains of Yasnaya or even up north.
Yeah. The word rowdy is the word that I like at this moment. Because if we have not seen like early eliminations at this stage, when it reaches a certain stage, it's going to be a rowdy for everyone. All right, circle time. Yasnaya again.
Whoa.
North circle. Ooh, look at the amount of teams that need to travel. Close your eyes, Contra. This will be bumpy.
I think I have to open it wide because there's a lot to be seen here. Now, what's interesting to note is that on the foothill of Stalber is where there's a lot of open space that these teams can actually play, and we're looking at MFG to book that spot. Asya now trying to flip off a member for the side of GE, and can he actually make it out alive? Small swiftly drives past the danger, so at least on the clear for now, but can he actually make it past all these threats that's being set up from all sorts of directions later on? Asha now getting some replies coming in from the side of GE. As Master Ichi having a bumpy ride, he's got to heal up as well. GE taking a little bit of a pit stop before they charge right into Yasnaya.
And we also got a couple of eliminations now. Young Giganticos, Playbook Esports, Austria Esports, and 2-1 for Akira. All of these teams losing one player apiece. So, unfortunately, not the good start that they would have wanted. Especially for Playbook Esports to make their debut and looking to catch up to Harame Bros and GE.
Yeah. It is a very, very rough spot to be at when you lose one member in an urban setting, because later on there's just going to be crowds and crowds moving into every corner of the estate. Now we're going to be seeing whether or not the rest of GE can survive this Master Ishii already being knocked down.
Oh, Rankid, a knockdown. Coca-Cola eliminated. Looks like this fight is happening elsewhere. So now we look onto TTQ. They do have teams around them. Okay, Playbook Esports got Jaro here on the rooftop. They can oversee, but the tree is kind of blocking his sight, so he don't have a good clear shot onto TTQ.
Yeah, a really rough angle to actually get much out of this situation, but we'll have to make do for now. For the time being, a little bit of a slow stalking maneuver, as PBE is just hoping that the rest of TQ will be forced towards their way, because this gatekeeping does not really affect them all too much, because on the other edge, they are already inside the circle too.
Oh, newbie from STE taken out. So we did talk about the interest level of looking on how a stranger will survive this. He managed to get to the circle, but at the cost of one player. Spray from the top from Dread Esports, putting a lot of pressure onto STE. Now they are stuck in this rut with this nade that will be thrown onto them. Scotty, not needed. So it's a lucky one there, but more will toss the second one in.
Okay, for now, this pressure cooker of a situation is starting to boil up. Scotty having a couple of shots towards this wall. The rest of Stranger is now bombarded by the rest of 214 Akira. And Miner is a little bit further off from his teammates. He's just basically securing some real estate, but in no real chance to challenge whoever is shooting back.
Ooh, naughty boy, take it out. Zizak as well. Esports in trouble somewhere else. Okay, range. Knocking down Zai from Genesis Esports. If Harame Bros can eliminate Genesis Esports, that is the elimination that they will be looking for. And they can potentially move on to number 1 after this round. Focus on to 0 the moment he wants to get away in this buggy. He gets knocked down.
Oh boy. It's just a little bit of a fight for control over onto the edges of the circle right now with TTQ, trying to actually push up ahead. And Edward He's just gonna give chase, and he might just actually find the member inside of CU soon. Opts to actually back away. GE, they walk away with only 2 eliminations. They basically blundered yet another chance to basically stabilize themselves, and this opens up all the opportunities for Harami Bro.
Oh man, Harami Bros will be the happiest, like what you said. But for see you soon, nice long range shot here by Lulu. Just knocked down Zuki. Zuki will finish off. That's going to be the 3rd elimination point. Give it to see you soon. But position compromised. Playing by the edge of the circle. We still have stage 5.
Stage 5 to play for. And it's really hard to tell who really gets full control of some of all these areas. As right now, see you soon is just hoping to safely move into the open fields, but they will need to clear off TTQ first and foremost. So rough when it comes down to playing in these northern terrains, which is definitely unfamiliar for so many of all these teams because this is happening for the very first time.
Oh, look at this. I'm looking at Holy Landu in that one building surrounded by Harami Bros. And Moise at the rooftop. So Harami Bros try to flex them out. They can overtake this building. That would be kind of nice as well. It can become a fortress for Harami Bros.
Well, Big Nate coming in as Moy connects the dots. Still looking for another one. Trying to squeeze into the tiny little opening of an airway. Zipna comes in just to quickly make room for a little bit more. Now, let's see if this is going to be much that they could actually get out of where all these shots are now warning the side of Harami Bros. The rest of Dread Esports fancy that opportunity. Well, remember being knocked down, though, as the challenge around the area is starting to cook up with Esports being around. STE wants a piece of pie as well. 2-1 for Akira, having 1 member still left in the city, where the rest are inbound in the next circle.
Yeah, all these teams in the city will need to come out. APG taking the northern approach in, but they seem to be on foot, so I'm not sure if they have vehicles. If they don't, then it's going to be quite difficult. Playbook Esports, a Mon Boy on his knees. Needs to be saved. And we're looking at Federales from Harami Bros, the only member standing right now. He needs to pull off an insane big one here. Short range stays! Nicely done by Federales. Can he get the second one? He knows where his opponent is at, but can't get a good clear shot just yet. Second time around, circles. Shots fired. He did land it, but didn't get a knock.
But now he does come to clear up, but unfortunately, too overwhelming with another member prepared from the back end. Harami Bros gets only 4 points for this round, so I guess it's a lifeline chance for some of all these players of GE for now. And they were looking at that it was an area of play that wasn't really too easy to play out for these guys out there. Meanwhile, as we have the rest of the party now battling for a little bit more of that control. Boy, doing so much as he does shred one out and just takes out the unknown by getting that hit shot from afar.
Wow, one spray to rule them all, they say. Moy is not stopping yet, trying to get Chris this time. Moy already has 4 elimination points. Damius will join him. Damius for another angle with his own nade. Chris pushed to a corner. And this nade by Damius, what a 3-pointer!
What a huge one coming out there, Moy. He's basically doing everything for the squad. Red Esports now is looking for 8. Does he actually find 2-1 for Akira? We'll let him lose for now. He's got to look out for his bullets. He still have quite a number in the chamber. But of course, giving them a little bit more of that breathing space at this current standpoint. The rest of CU soon are in a very dire state. Meanwhile, TTQ just hiding right behind the electric towers, but the gold is pushing them out. Damage being done, and they do get CU soon eliminated. Beautiful work from TTQ. Now they will have to pounce up ahead. He's got to get into safety net, but Yango Galacticos is just spring upon him.
Oh, close one. Toby from afar, trying to take him out. But he does not have an opening there, so he should still be okay. I can't say the same for Moy from Dread Esports. Knocked down by Master Babe. I believe that's a shot from afar. Circle-wise in this shift. And look who's in it. 2-1 Akira.
2-1 for Akira. So far, I've been playing this so well over onto the lower end, but to my surprise, Dread Esports really showing up strong. Now, this is definitely a round of opportunities for those that are in the middle pack as well as on the second feature to really rise up, especially with a lot of all these big games making it out very early on. PPE only has 2 members left, while Yangon Galacticos have cleared up the northernest side of the map. Also, Esports now Red Bull being knocked onto the ground without any saving grace. Super Pickles securing that 4th, making it 5 eventually as he's trying to take down Skynin. Skynin forced to actually take a little bit of a pit stop. Great measure of a room for Exquisite to acquire from the southern side.
And now for Skynin, he has to find a way into the next phase of the circle. We got Playboy Esports just right beside them with Michi and Monboy together. Interesting enough, at this stage, Playboy Esports is the only team to still not get a single elimination point. As for Exquisite from the south side in, it should be okay.
Playing for the late game, I suppose. Boy, under threat, all the way by the edge of it all. And Dread Esports, hope they do have those vehicles because this is going to be a tough journey on foot on this barrel land. YG now going for a trade. This Master Babe hoping to take out the entirety of Aja Esports. Only Skynin left. DBE is taken out, and that detonation will secure it for Esports. Aja will go down at 6-5.
Oh, from the inner side of the circle, 2-1 Akira managed to secure another elimination point. Looking for more. Romeo Boy in trouble right now. Last sticker foul. And will be taken out by the Toby. Jibna will get one knockdown to Nathan. So it looks like now we're down to the top 4 teams. And for Exquisite, unless they can revive their teammate, yes they will. So they are now the only team with a full squad.
With the full squad advantage, I hope that they will be able to close out the game. But 3 members on each side of the other parties would still be able to prove a challenge against the block. So Esports, they are looking to eventually move into the center. And look at the center. Look at this field. Literally, whoever steps out will definitely attract all the attention from every squad.
Oh, we got more here arriving to the scene. Where is that one player onto their left side? Okay, here we go. The boys from Esports. Tofi with the first name. Now that will give a signal to Dread Esports that somebody's at the corner.
Needs to pressurize the rest of Dread Esports from moving out and about. Eventually, this signal warning might actually turn into a direct challenge as Dread Esports have the numbers, but they do have the circle as well. Oh boy. This is going to look a little bit more tough for the side of Dread Esports at the moment. Over on the south side, though, Exquisite now pushes in. Swerves directly into the center stage as they are hoping to find ways to pick out the rest. But he's also inching closer towards the side of 2-1 for Akira.
Right circle, Shrank, 2-1 for Akira is in it. Exquisite in it as well. All the other teams will need to come in. The team that I would say that we might want to put a little bit more focus on is on the left side of the circle. The both teams, Esports and also Dread Esports, locked out of it. That will be the team that might probably fight next. And that's where we'll see the next clash point in about very soon.
And I guess like a lot of teams there are hesitant for a very good reason on the direct approach of rotation. So it's all about making sure that they pick the right fights and then only march up ahead. Now I'm seeing a lot of smoke being utilized from the side of Dread Esports already. And that is for them to push forward. Demios' debut here for today, and he's looking to make a mark, coming in with the DBS. One shot, all it takes, but he is caught on fire. Looking
Nice.
for a jump shot, and he does connect it. It's a double. I mean, with the help of Jipna, as they secure 9 points in their rank.
Nice circle around by the Mios. And now with that elimination, they would be able to enter the circle just by the edge of it. We're now down to the top 3 teams. Exquisite, only team still remaining with the full manpower team. Nathan tapping onto Dread Esports, putting pressure onto them. The most pressure now will be on the Dread Esports since they are by the edge of the circle. Let's not forget, we still have stage 8.
2-1 for Akira. Out of all these other squads have been remaining very, very quiet. I mean, they are the ones that take control of an estate, but it didn't seem like there's going to be much that they would be offering to the table if they're just going to be sitting back. Especially now with the zone closing in, this time towards the direction of Exquisite Esports. And now pressure is on for Dread to also push right in. Well, they're going to be moving in from the further corner, and they're currently on the outskirts. It's a little bit more challenging. There's still small little spaces from the side of 214 Akira to work with. But honestly, it's not too much to shout about because that does not secure them for stage 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's still very tricky, like how they going to remain there, right? But for Dread Esports, how are they going to come in? That's going to be the bigger question, I think, now. I think it's going to be almost impossible because you got 2 teams looking at you and they know exactly where you are, and the zone going to close now. So Dread Esports, they might just be contented with number 3.
Yeah, I guess like it's really a battle of attrition right now on who really survives the longest, because Exquisite Esports, they are just holding everybody hostage by the edge of the map. Speaking of which, Super Pickles and Lufa Boy, they work in tandem to take out the rest of Dread Esports as they wolf out, leaving only 12 for Akira as they immediately strike, and they are looking to attack the weakened units of Exquisite Esports right here, right now.
214 Akira, the nade! Who got it? 214 Akira got the chicken dinner. It's been a while. The last we saw they got the chicken dinner was game number 1 in day number 1. And now we're back with the chicken dinner. Ranked Waku 2 Pro the muscle.
The precision in their last-minute decision have won them the map, as they saw they were basically taking 2 engagements at the same time. And my word, I gotta take a sneeze for a moment if you don't mind, and I'll continue. Okay, got that out of the way. Anyways, so they basically took that fight immediately because they know the other members are just drawn into Dread Esports, and that is that perfect opportunity for them to just rush out of the compound.
Yeah, it's all about like timing, right? They know that they were distracted, it just come in, third-party gameplay. So yeah, that was just a matter of a timing sort of move. Not gonna lie, like if Federal has actually won that fight, that would be another insane clutch by him. But yeah, it was a 1v3, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. That's fine.
Yeah, it was coming in from 2 different rooms as well, so it's a little bit harder for him to basically snap his crosshair directly, even though he did manage to do quite some significant damage. But some spectacular plays did happen across the field of Yasnaya Polyana, and we thought that, it being in Yasnaya, a lot of the fight will be inside the city, but on the outskirts is where all the action happens. And first, the final few moments, 2-1 for Akira, managing to clinch it by the end of it all. But Moy, also a young prodigy, moving into the charts here with his 4 elimination points and 800 damage to be able to secure the MVP title. And we saw how well he basically took control of Yasnaya all by himself.
And who needs assist, right? If you can bring in the damage, if you can bring in the eliminations for the team. So Moy, it's been around for quite a while. We've seen him before in the PMCL Southeast Asia Wildcard, and he has been performing fairly, I would say, consistent, even if it's now. So great move there by Moy, coming as the MVP, representing Dread Esports in this match. And for the team that got the chicken dinner, obviously we know by now it's 2-1 for Akira with the 9 eliminations.
Yep, and they still managed to dish out a lot of damage throughout the course of the run. They were hanging on into that compound for far, and by the final battle, they have been able to strike very, very precisely, and that's how they have been able to close this one out. As Exquisite definitely felt as if they got robbed because they basically thought they had control over on the east side, and it's also because of that opening knock that opens the space for 2-1 for Akira to charge in.
Yes, and with that charge in, they obviously got the chicken dinner. Not breaking any records, but that's okay. You still get a chicken dinner. But speaking about records, right? So it is still 3 in a row for a Filipino team. Just putting it out there. Yesterday was the Myanmar team. Today is the Filipino team's day. Look at the overall stats. 60 eliminations. Okay, that's cool. 2 add-ons included. That's cool. Throwables used. It was 300. I'll be happier.
Yeah, slightly short of 300, I guess. If each squad just throws 2 extra grenades each, maybe we might actually get there, right? But we're definitely looking forward to our final Erangel run happening right after this to see if this stats will be topped off. So with that said, we'll be joined with different groups for this upcoming challenge here in the PMCL Southeast Asia. So with that in mind, of course, we'll definitely have to check back in for those players that comes back in for Group A, because they have been missing out. They see all these ruckus that's happening all around, and they need to basically do something about it.
Yeah, let's see what can be done about that next. But for now, we'll look at the points collected by all the other teams as well. So as we know, 2-1 for Akira comes in with the chicken dinner, so that's 19 points. Exquisite and Jet Esports, number 2 and number 3 respectively, got themselves 14 points. Jungle Galacticos coming in with 10 points. That's the 4 teams with a double digit in this round. Esports 8 points. TTQ, the debut today, brings bottom 5 points. CU Soon 5 points, and Harami Bowls 4 points.
Over on the other side of the page, we do see some strong numbers coming in from the side of Asia Esports with only 1 elimination points, but 3 points to walk away with alongside with Porter as well as Strangers Esports. GE fell short this time around, did manage to bring in 2 elimination points before bowing out. Whereas for PBE as well as MFG, that's 1 pointer each, and for PUBG as well as Enigma walks away with 0. To my surprise, Enigma were in a really good spot in the city, but just got absolutely overwhelmed.
Yes, I mean it was a tough run for them, tough run for APG as well. Still, Singapore without a chicken dinner of their own. Hopefully, will come up next. Let's check out the overall stats here, ladies and gentlemen. This is Esports and Harami Bros. Now it's only 8 points between them. The gap has shrunk. 1 game is all it takes, but Genesis Esports, they do still have that 1 game in hand. For Playbook Esports, they have 2 games in hand against Harami Bros. Can they overtake them? We need to keep an eye on that, as we still have not only today but also tomorrow.
Yeah, and it really will be a little bit of a glimmer of hope for the gap to be pretty much closed up from the side of PBE as well as Yangon Galacticos, while Exquisite have been performing very, very consistently in order to keep themselves into the top 5, but Stranger Esports are basically trailing in with only 1 point of difference at 114, 110 for side 214 Akira, as they are the new team to also join the triple-digit club alongside with Enigma, as we're gonna see if PQ will be able to hop into the triple-digit club.
And speaking about debuts, despite the APG's debut in this round, unfortunately they were not able to come back up from the number 19 spot. So they still remain at number 19. FRL is above them by just 1 point. But anyway, 1 point, doable for them to catch up, to rise up, to at least not be at the very bottom.
Yeah, and of course, with only 1 more map of Erangel before we take on Miramar, I hope that these teams have been able to basically reset their mentality, because that map, we see a lot of all these fights, most of it not really clean, and of course they're not feeling all too happy in certain circumstances, unless if you're from 214 Akira or Exquisite. I think that they've definitely played the best that they could. Same goes to Dread Esports. So with that said, maybe this builds up a little bit more of that momentum and confidence back for 2-1 for Akira, as they are now in a really firm position for the squad.
Yes, they are hopefully be able to maintain. It's not only about getting this one chicken dinner and go AWOL. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them put up a good performance next as well. But before we head on to our next map, we'll be taking a break, ladies and gentlemen. See you guys after this.
let's go boom. always go boom. Always go boom.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. As I hope you guys already had your dinner. If you haven't already, we serve you lots of chicken dinner here in the PMCL Southeast Asia. So, Sir Cloud and I will be bringing you all the action as we got 3 more maps to go.
Yes, 3 more rounds to go for us to see whether today will be the day of the Filipinos, because the first 3 maps was taken by all Filipino teams. 2 from Harame Bros and 1 from 214 Akira. No records shattered there, but it's still 3 in a row for the Filipino region teams.
Yeah, and so far it's been pretty much a solid domination, although other regions did actually put off quite a showing with them being able to make it into, the top 4 contention in some of these maps. But it's really about the final touches there that they really need to be prepared for in the late stages. So with that said, this time we have Group C taking a break this time, with some of these top gunners to be absent from this map.
Yep, Group C comprises of Dread Esports, The Quarter, MFG Esports, and IE Esports will be on the sideline for now. And we'll be reintroducing again Group A, Fearless Esports, Flash Vision Esports, Myth Clan, and God of Death 7 back onto the game. So in other words, there are 2 Singaporean teams. Again, guys, come on, it's time.
It's definitely a very good time for them to really put on the best performance on the block, because they will risk getting the minimum points here by the end of this weekend run, and that's no place that these teams want to be. But in every competition, I guess there's bound to be somebody that to be on the bottom of the barrel. But this is the first week. You want that good tone in order to have at least something to look forward to heading into these upcoming runs of the PMCL weeks.
Yes, and we'll be looking forward to the next round, which is Erangel, and it's also the final Erangel for today, the second half for today's games as well. At this moment, if we look at the overalls, Genesis Esports, they're no longer safe, because this round could change it all for them. They could be overtaken by Harame Bros with only 8 points difference.
Yeah, and this is just so dicey when it comes down who really will be able to really reach the finish line. I think it might even depend on the final day of action for us to really know who's really gonna be at that number 1 spot. But for now, I'm liking what we're seeing from the Rays. Very competitive field from the top all the way into the middle of the pack. The bottom side, we see maybe small little improvements. Maybe they need to really get some support coming from Buddy. And speaking of buddies, this is where you can basically join Line Friends with this collaboration, which will be ending by tonight at 12 a.m. sharp, or maybe until they update the server. So make sure you get your hands on this and join our one and only charming buddy Sally in battle with new sets and items, as well as the brand new prize path, which can unlock special Line Friends rewards. So you can basically hop on for today and have all this exciting stuff going on.
Yes, the prop prize is available until tomorrow, the last day, 3rd of March. We'll be reminding you since the early of this week, and now it is about time for this collaboration to end. So you guys just logging onto the game, not really needing to spend anything. Just be part of the prize path that you can unlock special life special line friends awards. So again, while you're waiting for the game to start, log in, check it out.
Yep, and that's all you really have to do for now. While we basically hang back for a moment to also discuss about performances so far, I think like what's really interesting is the mid-table, right? In the mid-table, we have so many of all these stellar names that have been interchanging, and I gotta say, like from the 10th position onwards, they do fancy a chance to reach up to even top 5 with some really solid performance to be shown, which means that gives them a lot of points by the end of the weekend.
Yes. So speaking about the weekend, how many games do we have still? A total of
8.
9 games, including this
yeah.
next game. Yeah, this next game today, 3 more. Tomorrow is going to be 6, so it's going to be a total of 9 games more. And of course, some teams will be playing a little bit more. Some teams will be playing a little bit less, depending on how many games they have played so far. And then we'll wrap up the entire week. We will start to lock in who is the top eliminator. Who is the top eliminator? Who's the best performing team? If I were to kind of guess who's the top eliminator at this moment, Federalis still stand a good chance.
Yeah, I think like Federalis definitely is the go-to name where we've seen him so much on the feed. Where GE, every member is giving us high firepower kind of vibes, right? But mainly you see it interchanging in every single round. Sometimes it's Smile, sometimes it's Ichi, and there's also everybody else in the middle that has been able to provide a lot more. But Harame Bros, they definitely have been hard hitting throughout the course of the action.
Yeah, Federalis Esports, in other words, right? Yeah, but you're right. Even though like GE overall they collected more elimination points, but it's quite spread out. Like what you said, sometimes you get to see Zai, sometimes you get to see West being the frontliner. But when it comes to Harame Bros, yes, the MVP, it did switch around here and there. But the MVP, it's mainly based on the top damage, not the top eliminator. And if you were to think of like who always shows up as the guy who brings in the elimination points, it's for the most part it's Federalis.
Yeah, it definitely has to be him. And then we see so many of all these interchanging rosters as well in between the run of the league. Federalis have always been on that starting lineup, and that gives him even more of that chance. We also do see those interchanges coming in for other squads as well, which, the more games they play, the higher the chances there will be.
Yeah, but they'll be all playing the equal amount of games, right? But if you talk about like, when it comes to substitutions, I don't think Federalis has been substituted out before. I'll be surprised if he is substituted out, right? Like he is definitely the key player. But there are some of the other players that have been moving in and out of games. I noticed that 4th row, sometimes he plays, sometimes he doesn't. Same goes for Lupa, Papa J, Shakir. And speaking about Papa J and Shakir, what I heard is that based on the information, Shakir sometimes he's not available due to work commitments outside the game, and hence when that happens, Papa J will come in to play on his behalf. So yeah, Papa J happened to also be the team manager for the team.
Yeah, I like that there's also great teamwork where, they basically do cover each other's back when it's off of the game as well. So that's definitely something that needs to be done for them to still continue running in the league. But I guess like this is where we have to also give respects to all these players that are basically juggling not only the PMCL but also full-time jobs. And of course, they have been able to give enough time to not only the game as well as work, but also their own families as well. That is something that is quite difficult to juggle with these days. So of course, priorities where it needs to be.
Yeah, that's where APG has a slightly different approach. Apparently the oldest player is 18 years old, and they have a couple of 16-year-old players. So I
Wow.
guess if you take that into consideration, like school time is kind of fixed, so you can still like manage that sort of time. I'm not too sure about the school times in Singapore, but I can imagine it to be kind of fixed. So if it's kind of fixed, then it's easier to manage times to deploy the players to actually play in the PMCL.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Where when you have so many rookie adults out there, you really will also want to give opportunities to young prodigies in order to play in all these matches. Where who knows, they will be the new building blocks for them to basically invest in, so that these upcoming uh, leagues in the future will see a little bit more of them already coming in with a wealth of experience, and then APG can just basically propel forward.
Yes, so let's see if they can propel forward because we are still waiting for the first chicken dinner from the Singaporean region. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Erangel match number 4. Will we see any early eliminations? Because in the previous round, we had to wait quite a while till we see one. That means these teams are just adapting to each other to the point that they can avoid early fights.
Yeah, and I guess now it's no longer about playing hide and seek. You really gotta amp it up a notch in order to secure maximum points moving forward. So that's it. This is going to be the flight path, very similar from what we saw in these past couple of matches. Other than the fact that this is coming in from the trajectory of Zarki, but that does not really give too much interest to majority of teams. But there is a team that actually moves inbound, and I believe that to be either it is Exquisite that will be heading into that tiny little city over onto the northwest.
Here we go, flight path from the side of Jogopu down to military base. We've been seeing a lot of flight paths that involve a military base. So I guess with that being said, we might see Genesis Esports back in Novo again. And yes, they will be hovering around that side. For a Stranger Esports, again, another military base drop, but they're not going to drop near to Genesis Esports. Instead, there's going to be another team. Myth Clan is there as well. So 4 teams in military base.
Yeah, so much of a crowd moving into that direction, and we're already seeing another early battle. They've already lost Mr. Tay. Papa Tay is already being knocked out. And now it's only going to be down to Ara. He manages to basically serve past, securing 1 point before being sent off the lobby.
Oh, okay. So looks like a round that is hot and fast, and they happen to come out of Flash Vision Esports, the first team to be eliminated. So this is at least the second time today that they've been eliminated early. Let's see here. That one Erangel match that was the 1v4 was also against them. So Erangel truly isn't their map today.
Yeah, it's been absolutely rough on these lads. But, there is Miramar coming up next, so hopefully by then they feel a little bit more comfortable with a lot more spacing to be played out within the course of the fields. So let's see if that's going to be doing them any good. But for now, the areas of Erangel, we'll see Exquisite moving into Zarki. Very much of an unpopular decision, but so long as it works out for the team that has been able to secure a top 2 finish, they'll make do with it for now.
And if we look at the circle, majority of teams are actually not in there. We got only 3 teams in there. Mythclad made a quick sprint past the right side bridge into the circle. Milta Power, we have 2-1. Milta, we have 2-1 for Akira, but Milta Power is empty. So if Mythclan has that information, they can probably go there. But I'm looking at 2 players from 2-1 for Akira heading there as well. So there could be a potential clash between the 2 teams inside of Milta Power.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that the circle does move into Milta or Milta Power or somewhere closer towards Lipovka because we rarely get those Western kind of ending for most part. So it will be a very exciting match if that happens to be the case. So for now, a lot of the teams will have to juggle their way to move into the far end corner of the map, which is so far off. They definitely need those vehicles to be up and running. And speaking of which, Myth Clan already looking for a way out of here. So they're going to be the early ones to try to get their way past these areas.
Hmm. Speaking about getting past, right? Since we have like a majority teams on the left side, getting past each other is going to be one thing, right? I foresee a potential like while they drive by, like there might be teams trying to stop each other from getting into the circle, maybe playing that gatekeeping role at the edge.
Hmm. Very likely so that with this kind of open spacing, those heals of control will be some really good choke points that they can basically hold out. Speaking of which, you'll be just stalking onto Asia Esports, but admittedly having swift rotations coming out, Skynet will be safe. As the rest of STE having a decent run today. And they had some pretty good points back in Sanhok. Full runs of Erangel working very well. And now STE, they've already got themselves pretty much set up with a multi-directional fight to be challenging the rest of Asia. Red Bull pulling all the way back as there is Miner moving into the flank as well. This is going to look pretty harsh on the side of Asia Esports. Hoping to actually find a way to defend this as the damage has been done to the side of Red Bull. Nui trying to fight Astro X as he's taking the high element of course. Newbie now moves downwards, have to give that space. Grit Bull coming in with a clutch grenade.
This is what we talk about, right? While teams rotate, they will bump into each other. And we have these two teams here where Stranger Esports falls to the hands of Asia Esports. And it is a perfect execution by them. That means Stranger Esports, unfortunately, will not collect any points at all this round.
Wow. A very quick measure being done from the side of Asia to negate that attack that was plotted out. And I guess, like, they don't really have a secure way of maintaining their form over on the top end of the kill. Now back to the side of the T2. Going to stop the attack coming from FRL. Quick work from Edwards. Looking for a second. Yes, he does get it. A 180 spin to secure with the BBS. Now TTQ will just give them even more warning, but maybe Harry will not clutch this one this time around.
Wow, nice flick move by Edward. Finished off with a long range onto Harry. And like what you said, no heroics by Harry this time, as TTQ will be the one to pick up 8 points already. And we're still in stage 1.
It's crazy that all of this is happening in stage 1, that TTQ have been able to secure a solid 8. If you give them enough time to basically cook up the round, I think they can basically secure a new record heading into this match. But they only have 3 members. Got to be a little bit more cautious moving into the western region of the map. Myth Clan already moving into the city of Lipovka as they are hoping that it will close all the way into the city. And they enjoy another open space of loot. Whereas there is no team to be around the corner, so no points to be picked up, but just a lot more utilities at the very least. PBE now moves in from the north point of Isla Pollyanna, despite the corner of the lake, as they're hoping to just siege a little bit more of that room from the north point. Whereas Austria Esports, after that win, they safely traverse through the south side of the map.
Look at the elimination feed. APG lost another player, as only 2 players left. Circle, wow! All the way to the right side, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we're going to have a circle tucked on the east coast instead this time. So for Austria Esports, the furthest away so far might be TTQ soon. They need to find a way to get in past other teams if they come in late.
You know, I'm starting to get very concerned here because it's still 60% of water that I'm looking at, or just 55% of it. What are the chances that the circle could still close into the water area? That will
Zero.
basically leave very little room over on the side of Milta Power.
Yeah, I can give you the answer. It's going to be 0 because the tournament mode in recent but not so recent anymore update is that it will not go into the water. It will still definitely go onto the land.
Thankfully so. Thankfully. Because back in the past, we used to have a very awkward ending where everybody's just swimming and nobody's fighting. And that is just counterproductive, right? But with that form of update, it will ensure that at least Milta Power is the place to be.
Let's see. I would love to see it talk to the East Coast though. If it's Milta Power, that'll be kind of nice as well. If it's like by the edge, like by this area where Ngapek Cow is at, then this will be great as well. Like somewhere at the corner. Well, let's see here. As teams try to travel inside, looks like we got ranged, eliminated by a low key from Young Gaticos. Taylor tries to find his way through. Romeo boy almost getting it. One more shot of Kayla is needed. But he should be able to hide himself at that corner to reset.
Wow, what a strong challenge coming from the side of YG. Almost taking 2. And you can see that a lot of teams really want that shoreline to be secured. Kayla have to just basically fly into the water. But the problem is, there is already a couple of players being sent up over the top end of that hill. And now CU soon hoping to move into Milta instead. Rami Bro does find one from the side of Myth Clan. Gil hanging on tightly as he tries to shred apart some of all these players that try to cross into their region. Great defensive work from him to really negate the upcoming squad from approaching.
Too bad they'll be playing the rest of the round without range. So trio it is, ladies and gentlemen. As we look into Milta Power. 2-1 for Akira, made that rotation there. That's what we expected. And now they're going up against CU soon. One knockdown. Give it to Rankit. Should be able to secure this elimination point. Kaya will be knocked, and 0 will be the one eliminated.
A lot of action coming into these quarters as we see all the teams are really moving in very, very early. Anybody who's going to be late will absolutely be clipped out, while Ngapikao secures Kaya, who have just pushed a little bit too far forward. See you soon having a little test securing the compound as they take over the Harry Potter Tower, what they call it. Sniper's Nest is what we should be basically calling it. Whereas 2-1 Akira, they're taking the factory areas, which is a very, very good spot to be at for the time being. Lipovka could also be another possibility for some teams, but that chance will be negated as everybody else will have to basically make their way into the factory grounds.
Oh, circle to Milta Power. That's what we discussed. It's going to be real crowded there. You can see another elimination right in the middle of Milta Power. And now Nathan on the outside of the circle, trying to get as much information as possible. Probably knows that Myth Clan is in front. Myth Clan blows up their vehicle, but I guess they do have a backup. If not, you don't want to run on foot into the circle at this stage.
Definitely crucial for them to be on wheels, especially this one being busted up. I mean, Myth Clan should still have a few lying around. And there's still Nathan still overlooking over on the other quarter, so it's gonna be hard for them to directly exit out of this area, especially on Exquisite's watch.
Well, Myth Clan, time to go, boys. Zone is closing, but they gotta deal with Exquisite. Oh, okay, they do have a getaway vehicle. Easy K exits behind, get away his teammate, Shroud. And they should be able to get away from the clutches of Exquisite, leaving them behind.
Nathan doesn't really have the angle, so this attempt of actually shredding him off is to no avail. Now, Exquisite has got to be on wheels as well, while Edward tries to fight his way out of here, but they will be out of the game instead. But they had that solid 8-pointer run in that early game to book out. Just by the 13th position, unfortunately, no ranking points for TTQ.
Okay, safe for Myth Clan. Now it's a question of whether they want to join in the party, but oh, wait a second. Somebody didn't bring their passport. Taken out by the immigration called Sea Cloud.
Oh man, I'm not even sure if this is an entirely new country that they're moving into, but it does feel like one to me because it's foreign land, a brand new circle, and this guy down says, "You're not even welcome to my house." He's gonna go in for the jump shot, and oh, it's Huey that takes the win.
There you go, Dewey. 3 eliminations already. Also, not bad. Oh. Astro X knocked down. Dewey left alone in that building. The boy on the other side. He's the only member standing now for APG, but it's going to be Playable Esports coming in to collect the points.
And suddenly you see the shift of the circle that does cover over on the corners of the Lumber Hill. Oh, Huey's on fire. Quickly goes in for the kill, but there's really not much space for him to work with as the rest of PBE have closed right in. Tick of health left, grenades trying to actually flush them out. PBE have no clue how many members are indoors, but he will just basically prime one nade, and eventually that will settle the score. Myth Clan will be taken out with no points at all, as PBE tries to really clear up the room with all these smokes being all across. It's not much that has been formed just yet, but Dewey somehow still alive.
Cook in, onto the side. There you go. Not really though, because he's on the inside. But Dewey now dancing. Okay, gets one. Dewey. Can he actually win this fight? Okay. This could be a special. Okay, but not really because his teammates have survived. Red Bull, welcome to the party. Now we have 2 active members left. Raimon is on the other building. Ray coming in from Red Bull onto the other side. He sees his opponent, but not able to land the shot. Ray will be cooked up instead.
The rest of Asya really pulling up the strong talent, and Dewey gets 2! Oh, PBE's infiltration goes to nothing as Asya arrives to give a solid backbone. Asya beats it down with 7 points, probably looking for the first 8. Red Bull now unleashing the DBS, and they will win the trade against PBE.
Wow, that was a really long fight between the two, especially when it comes to stage 4. And also, actually, they did not lose anyone because Skynet was out before the fight, so they only got knocked once, which is Dewey, and that's about it. And everything else, they won. So 4 points out of Playable Esports.
And it was really well played by Dewey. He bought enough time for the rest of Asya to chime right in as well. So that itself, incredible stuff from the side of Asya. Meanwhile, we do see challenge coming in from Nathan. This Exquisite hopes to actually push through. Hiding behind is not going to be able to give too much cover with the grenades now thrown towards the side of KS. Gonna cook another one up, hoping to actually dodge this one. He will be able to do so. A shot being sent towards his direction will see him basically set foot indoors, but they will still connect. The boy goes in to secure that number. Amura from the top end, hoping to provide cover, but Exquisite way too fast for him.
Yeah. And we can see on the top side of the circle, just look at that. There's like 2 teams just next to each other. Probably a fight is gonna happen there. But okay, we still got stage 5. Circle likely to move away. That's where we'll see the fight might happen. Keep your eye on the top side, ladies and gentlemen. 5 more seconds to go.
5 more seconds on the clock, and we'll see how this update is going to affect all of the teams out there. It should be moving into the central area. GE, they are taking that perfect factory for themselves, and Yangon Galacticos are also having firm control over on the other side of the real estate. But that leaves Asya in an awkward position. They are still within the circle, overlooking the high hills, and perhaps they will be the ones that actually catch those coming in from the far end of Delta Power's open grounds of the silo.
Oh, Kayla now the last man for Harame Bros. And look who's in the circle. It's Genesis Esports. If Harame Bros goes out at this point or anytime soon, Genesis Esports will be the happiest because they have a full squad. They can extend their lead again.
Yeah, it's been a little bit more of a quiet day for GE after Sanhok. So this could be a bounce back moment for the squad, especially with this match not having Harami Bros on board. So this will, I mean, I say not on the board because technically with one player standing, they don't really have as much firepower as they need to have for the final battle. Yamzai coming back in action to play out for today. As he keeps his eyes closed on the side of Enigma. The full squad now being spotted out by GE. Oh, this is going to be absolutely tough for them to move about. Blue Tap now being challenged as he's all alone over on the upper end of the bunker. He's thrown in with a Molotov as Damaso tries to actually flush him out. We'll need to heal up first and foremost. But managed to actually dodge all the flames.
Wow, just at the corner. So lucky for Lulu Jeff. But that also means that he's still up there. The elimination feed did not run. They will try again. Throughout this date, what a nice angle. That angle should hit it. But to what extent is going to be the question. Lulu Jeff now is in trouble. Where's he going to go now? He's being burned out, but he still has another corner that he found. That the volley does not hit. One more nade is needed for them to take him down. 10% of health left. Healing himself up. But he immediately go up, not using his hands to heal himself. And see you soon is out.
There's only so much he can do. The poor guy, he really needs a break. Yet, a fight breaks loose between GE as well as Enigma as they try to infiltrate the compound where GE's at. Now, it's Miramar that will be taken out by the DBS. And it's down to Smile right now to actually pin them down. Huge grenade now cooked up, damage being done, but it's not going to deter them from actually taking over control. Only shots now being fired, and that grenade does clip. Enigma now sent off. They only lose Mernat Boy in the process as they secure themselves those 4 pointers.
So with Harame Bros eliminated and GE is still in the game, so definitely GE will be able to extend their lead. Anyway, they got 4 elimination points already. Harame Bros only had 1. They were taken out at number 6. So this time around, the 2 teams that still have a full squad, 2-1 for Akira and Yangu Galacticos. 2-1 for Akira probably can score it again with the number that they have.
Yeah, very huge potential for a double chicken dinner for 2-1 for Akira. So far, the Filipinos today are on a hot form, but YG is definitely onto something alongside with GE. So the Burmese side, they definitely will find ways to even stop them from getting all too much. While 2-1 for Akira now has the zone advantage as well, as they are taking over the central area. GE, they look like they have good grounds, but once the moment comes where they need to leave those walls, it could spell trouble for them. YG, Asya, they need to find a way into the zone.
Oh, the circle still favors Genesis Esports and also 2-1 for Akira. Osya Esports traveling in, playing by the edge of the circle. They still need to cross the road though by the next stage. There's something for them to consider. Nathan knocked down with a mini 14 by SayCloud.
Right, now spraying through the smoke, looking for 2-1 for Akira. Does actually pin one down from inside of Exquisite. CC, Lupa Boy running outwards. That will be a free pick for them. And that's the problem of moving in late into the round. Exquisite, unfortunately, does not manage to get plenty of points. Finishing at top 5 at the very least gives them a little bit more placement. But YG, they're playing it very strategically on a 2-2 split. Knowing very well that Asya has compromised the far western part of the map, Astro X keeping eyes onto members of YG. He's just basically hanging all the way back. The zone is not too far off, but I think SayCloud's already keeping his eyes over the top end of the hill.
Oh, okay. He tries, but oh man, he won't have enough time. The moment he pulls that trigger, he won't have it. He won't have it. There you go. Yep. Looking at stage 6, it's not going to be enough. The moment you pull your trigger, that's it. If you don't pull your trigger, it's still fine.
Yeah, he should have actually made a run for it because the circle is actually not too far away. Or should I say the safe area of play. Rank hit really suppressing the rest of Yangon Galacticos as they are definitely in the pickle despite them already securing 12 points in total. The highest so far. Small will be able to chime in some damage as they have nades after nades all cooked up towards the side of Yangon Galacticos that did fall a little bit short coming from 214 Akira. Damaso now primes one directly into the smoke. Will be having Romeo Boy to slowly suppress the rest of 214 Akira.
Oh, look at this. How are they going to get in right now? 214 Akira have Yangon Galacticos locked in. Loki will try, gets a knockdown to 2 Pro. That could be the opening now. Let's see if they can get more out of this. WPZ is still being picked up. It should be alright. Look at the current condition. Nabaso knocked down by Red Bull from Austria.
Austria Esports somehow managing to keep themselves away from harm's way as YG putting off a solid defense against 214 Akira, knowing one is inside of the sniper's nest. And they will have to respect that spacing. Now it will basically close directly into the center where the rest of GE has been able to take full control of 50% of the current circle. Everybody else needs to move in. 214 Akira, they just gotta let loose of YG. They just need to get into the circle. Positioning will be key right now. Austria Esports, I don't think they have much that they can do about this because GE is going to keep their eyes onto that corner map. But Romeo Boy, he just absolutely locks out Rankit.
You said it right there. GE, they do have a fortress. They can just fend off other teams from coming in or even close to them. Let's see here. 214 Akira's on the outside as well. So these 3 other teams might cancel each other. GE might just come in towards the end, just wipe them up and collect the winner. The chances are quite good for GE.
Meanwhile, I think like this is the last stand for the side of Rankit. Only 2 first 8 kits, as he will basically have to play the healing game and hoping to pick up some members on the side of YG. YG still has that space to move inbound. And I was really surprised. 214 Akira, they should have actually taken the chance to run off. Watch out, Esports turn to actually make a move as they are slowly being flipped by the zone. Now everybody's on wheels, trying to infiltrate the building where GE's at. They managed to reach the walls, but the nades will be primed from here on. Cute Loki trying to find one for themselves too. Wako, the only member left standing for the side of 214 Akira, will try to find them with a grenade. Well, this could easily be dodgeable from the side of YG, but still significant damage being done. Trying to play defensively as he will be having a push coming from Loki, and he makes swift measures by just taking him out cold the moment he arrives.
Yeah, now it's for them to get into the circle, likely to just crash into the compound where GE is at. If not, they can still play by the ledge to allow both Yangon Galacticos and GE to fight each other before coming in as a third party. That could probably be another option.
Yeah, that probably will be the game plan for the side of Yangon Galacticos. Like, so long as they get a top 2 finish, if GE with the numbers advantage wins out Austria, they will still be that number 1 team.
Circle shifted again, and as what we kind of expected as well, circle shifted towards the building. And the only team that's still on the outside, it is still Austria Esports. Hang on, it's still Yangon Galacticos. Austria Esports, they managed to infiltrate, and they're not sharing the same compound. It's all about timing now, but unfortunately, time is not on side of Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, YG really have to make certain advancements, but the good news is that GE is having their hands pretty much occupied because their priority right now is to ensure that the rest of Austria do not push through. Just look at these numbers. I would say these top 3 teams have already eliminated half of the lobby, or should I say 1/3 of the lobby so far. And it's really the battle of the titans right now to see who will get that chicken dinner. YG somehow crawling their way safely. There's only a few ways that they could actually work this out. When these 2 teams commit Austria as well as GE, then there is an opening room for the side of Yangon to run past and maybe make their way into the walls of the electric tower. Well, there is going to be small that see movement coming in from Red Bull, so he's going to prime this grenade. Should be able to connect.
Oh,
yes, he does!
Smile, 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 smile. Never fail to give the fans of Genesis Esports a smile. He's still in the game here. Beautifully made. Two is in trouble from the other side. Yellow Verticals gave Genesis Esports a hand. Romeo boy down, Loki down as well. Genesis Esports going to wrap things up. And all they need to do is just to focus on the WTC location. Think that the blue will close out to him. Yes, nowhere to go. Genesis Esports onto him. Will WTC deny the point? This will be the question. Instead of help, looks like he will. And Genesis Esports is back into the game.
Wow, they even managed to find the final point by taking down the member of Yangon Galacticos. Great chicken dinner acquired once again from the side of GE. Though they did manage to get that chicken dinner, elimination points may not be enough to actually top Yangon Galacticos, but a win is a win, and I know that jersey is gonna be flexed on screen. And this time it's not a jersey. What's that? Is that a bag?
That's a bag.
Wow, you got a full set going on. What else is in that set?
Let's see here. Yeah, there are a couple of other stuff though. I can pull it out. Oh, there's a face mask here. Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
But-
that's
but-
pretty cool.
Yeah, but to be fair, because out of all these teams that are playing here, I only have this. Unless if I have like everyone else's, then I can like switch it back and forth. But unless you guys out there want to send it to us, just putting it out there, right? Just putting it out there.
Yeah. Well, you will have to have your wardrobe right next to you in order to pull, 16 jerseys per round. But here we have all the highlights that we saw in that concluded round where we had TTQ really starting off strong with that 8-point lead, but unfortunately, they could not actually get towards the western part of the map, but they really had some really strong fights that there is to offer.
You know what? I'm starting to lose count now. How many chicken dinners for Genesis Esports? At least 5. No
I'm not
records.
counting anymore.
You're not even counting. I'm not surprised, honestly. But I think it's at least 5. But okay, we'll make the count again later. Anyway, no record shatter for the most eliminations. This is 50. The number is still 16, held by none other than Genesis Esports. So we're still waiting for the number to come later on. But looking over the highlights from this previous round, the circle towards the end did favor Genesis Esports. It would potentially have been a different result if the circle actually went out of that Milta Power building.
Yeah, it could have actually been a very different result, and Yangon Galacticos as well as 214 Akira would have actually gotten themselves some huge advantages right there, depending who basically survives. But Genesis Esports with a very important win. Not only did they basically create a little bit more gap between them as well as Harami Pro, they also did manage to break the streak of the PH win so far for today. It's Asia Esports Red Bull that dished out all the damage and secured 6 eliminations to put Asia up ahead. And I believe Asia Esports have gotten double-digit eliminations, and majority of it comes from Red Bull.
Yeah, and this is the first time that we see Red Bull as the MVP for this tournament. And also, Asia, nice to see their name up there. I'm just saying, right, like Asia, they have this hoodie, white color, simple, with the Asia logo in front. You know what? You probably saw that when you were here that one time.
Yeah. I remember seeing it.
Yeah.
Well,
Just
Manskin,
saying,
with all the collections that he wants from us, but if you get one, I want one too. Anyways, it is our winners here from Genesis Esports that have been able to really shatter their competition as they put one more chicken dinner back, this time with 9 elimination points in order to get themselves that win, and a total of 9 assists throughout the course of the run.
And like the number of the total there is 2003 for some reason. So yeah, I think we are almost coming to the point that remember we talked about this before. There will be some point that when they come out with a chicken dinner, there's like nothing else to say about them. It's like, it's them again. I think we're coming to there.
So what you would expect right now for week 1 is basically GE booking at least one chicken dinner for themselves. That's the kind of average that they're scoring And on a good day, they basically score 2, or who knows, maybe even more. But one problem is that they have not won a single chicken dinner in Miramar, and that is coming up next.
Oh yes, that is the map that they need to break the curse, the Miramar curse. That is. Let's see, 2 times to do that later today. Looking at the overall stats, 58 eliminations, so 6 unfortunately went out for the zone, or maybe fortunately because it was tactical. I know for sure one of them was towards the end because he denied the point away from Genesis Esports.
That's right, and of course, a lot of all these players are having struggles to move into the circle, especially with them being absolutely zoned out. They will deny certain points away. So when we look into the standings, GE with an impressive 21 points on second place, but scoring a total of 15 eliminations to really put on a chart-topping performance, while Asia is also following suit with our winners at second place with 19 points and 17 for Asia. 11 4 2 1 for A, making it to the 4th position. And when we look into the middle of the pack, sad to say that these top 4 teams that we are seeing is, or should I say top 5, have taken the lobby out entirely by themselves.
Yeah, you're right. Like everything's been pulled up there. Like for page 2, like there hardly is any elimination. Normal page is like 6 onwards, right? Like everyone's like 1 and 0s. It's like, guys, we want to play too, you know, like that soccer movie that features Shaolins, you know. Oh, you tempo, yeah. I want to play too, you know. It's that sort of situation.
Yeah, I guess like everybody's left with scraps of those 1-pointers everywhere, and honestly, it's all about securing the right position in such a tiny area played by the Milk Power section. GE now, once again, gets themselves into a little bit of that safety net. There's still one more game to go for themselves at 17 matches of play compared to Harame Bros. 196 points for now. PBE currently having YG chasing in with this solid performance. So it's going to be a 10-point gap between the top 3 and top 4, while Exquisite is still being chased by a lot of FPG out earlier as compared to West this time around. And looking at the middle of the board, we have a lot of all these 80 pointers in between 11 as well as 14 spot that will be interchangeable in the upcoming match.
I also want to point out that actually Harame Bros overtook Genesis Esports in terms of total eliminations, 4 difference. But of course, benefit of the doubt is that Genesis Esports, they do have 1 game in hand that they can still catch up and overtake. On the other end, however, 2 Singaporean teams still stuck down there, 19 and 20. Come on, guys from the city of Merlion. Do it.
Well, I really do hope that they could still do it. Miramar definitely will be a very, very challenging run, not only for both APG as well as FE, but to all the players that are on board in this upcoming battle. So I guess like there will be a lot of plans for them to get better in terms of points to be acquired. But for now, I'm just hoping that, you know, all they have to do, just stay alive till stage 5. That's all that you could basically get in order to acquire even more than to take those early fights. So with that, I guess that we will be moving into the Desert Dune and say goodnight to Erangel for now.
Yes, Erangel is done. Let's wait and see if Genesis Esports can break the Miramar curse and finally score a chicken dinner inside of the dusty map. But before that, we'll be taking a break, ladies and gentlemen, so do not go anywhere. Be back for more PMCL action.
Welcome back to the PMCL Southeast Asia. It's your boys here, Sir Clout and Contra, to bring you through the journey of all the 20 teams that are competing in the scene, and we're ready to take on Miramar.
Yes, Miramar will be the next match, and Genesis Esports will be still looking to grab their first chicken dinner inside of the Dusty map. So far, they've got a lot of chicken dinners elsewhere, but not yet in Miramar.
Yeah, and I guess that eventually might be a chance for them to show to the rest of them that they can actually win in some of all of these Miramar battles. And when we look into these current kind of setups, of course, sure, even if you are dominating in the PMCL, what if you eventually, let's just say, give it for example, if GE plays in the global rounds and suddenly there's more Miramar maps to play out, then I think like maybe this would be a big struggle for a squad to be able to do much more if they couldn't really get the right practices done right now.
Well, speaking about right now it's going to be A, B, C, and E that will be playing. So Group D will be taking a break, and Genesis Esports will need to wait until the following Miramar before they are able to try to prove themselves that Miramar is not that boo-boo map for them. Same goes for Enigma, See You Soon, and Stranger Esports will be at the sideline.
Yeah, and I guess like it's just a little bit of a break for them for the time being until they actually get themselves that opportunity to play. But I do like that, you know, a lot of all these teams, they are already showing up really strong right now, and eventually members from the side of Harame Bro can take good advantage of this current situation to really put those points to a match for the time being. Surely enough, now that the members of GE are missing one more match, that means they have 2 extra rounds of play.
Yes. So, yeah. They have the opportunity to open up that gap again and again and again and again. But also, I think because we are towards the end of the week, right? I think one of the key conversations is like who will be able to be at least at the top 16. That will be something that we'll need to be looking at as well. But speaking about something to be looking at, we'll be looking at this set here, the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress set, which is currently available inside the game. The first draw is only 10 UC, and with this draw you can potentially upgrade your MK14, your loot crate, elimination broadcast, and also your on-hit effect. It is only available until the 9th of March.
That's right, so make sure you grab it quick before it goes off, because you, with this weaponry, you can basically flex on the entirety of the lobby with the MK14, and it comes with all these effects on board. So don't miss out, because the Year of the Dragon only happens every 12 years. So this is your only chance, and by 12 years, I'm not even sure, you know, what's going to be offered by then. But 10 UCs for the first draw is definitely a good deal, especially for the Dragbrain MK14.
Yes, this set is available for another week or so. Another week, yeah. So don't forget right now, before you lose out on this opportunity, to put this into your collection. And speaking about collection, the collection of chicken dinners, who will get the next one here?
Well, I guess like the answer is not GE for sure.
For sure.
Because they're not playing. But I'm looking at a lot of all these other Filipino squads that's absolutely on fire for today. And I think like Austria Esports as well as Yangon Galacticos have done very, very well so far here in our 4th day of the tournament. So I think that there is a very solid chance for some of the names that I did mention.
All right. We're looking forward to that, right? I'm also looking forward to, besides the Singaporean teams to get it, I'd like to see a new name getting it as well. There's still a lot of names that haven't gotten chicken dinners yet, just because we have gotten like so many repeats, like from the likes of like Harame Bros and also like Genesis Esports. We got a couple of repeats from Playbook Esports as well. So and also to one for Akira. had a repeat. Let's. I do hope to see like new names coming up here to get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I guess that one of the names that we do see on the radar from time to time that have a very shaky performance, but sometimes do make it pretty far in certain instances would be CU Soon Tiger KE. You know, like KE has been a big name back in the days, but this season, after an overhaul into their roster, I don't think it has worked out as well as they want it to be. And to me, that is a very big surprise as they have been a really strong team from Cambodia.
Yeah, I guess we can say the same for a good number of teams as well. Some of them are really, really surprising in terms of the performance that they've been putting out, and I think a lot of fans are rather concerned since we are almost closing week number 1. We'll be starting our first Miramar match for today, and here it is, match number 5 Miramar. Keep your eye on the other hotspots, Chomasera, Lost Learners, and with the absence of Genesis Esports, maybe a couple of teams might want to go into St. Martin this time.
Yeah, and that definitely provides them a lot of loot coverage, and this great access coming in from the flight will definitely give them all that they want, especially a very secure drop spot, as we are seeing Exquisite, the first movers into La Croberia to claim that city for their own. Not too far off, it's going to be TTQ that will be waiting around the outskirts of La Cabrera itself. It seems like it's actually a further float into Trailer Park. Interesting decision coming from Exquisite.
Ooh, okay, yes. Well, it's actually not the first time that they dropped there. They dropped that before inside Trailer Park, and they will come in a little bit later. They don't mind tanking out a bit of the blue. They know how to manage their resources, so they should be fine, unless, well, even better if the circle is just right on top of them. But speaking about the circle, we got a lot of left side circles in this tournament. So if the circle would come out on the right side, I wouldn't mind. Impala, my favorite spot, let's go there.
Well, if the circle does move into Porto Pariso, then I guess like certain teams will be screwed over, but it is going to be in the central area while we're already seeing fights taking place. Asia Esports opens up the round with a solid point against Flash Vision Esports. They're already being hunted out so early into the game as these two will duke it out inside of Montenevo. Flash Vision Esports now kind of segregated. I'm not too sure what are their chances of survival, but Mr. Tay has got very little room to play over on these estate. One grenade, popping off, but not really finding the mark. Pulling down onto the front door, will be taken down.
Yes, rushing 3 players to 1 who's cornered in that room. Nowhere for Mr. Tay to go. Now we only have Arip and Iras on the other building. And Austria still has a full man squad. If we look at their utilities, Iras, he has a level 1 helmet and vest. While Austria Esports Skyny has at least level 2. And they are in for the hunt.
Astro X. This is basically hitting the outskirts for now. Arab as well as Eras has got no order to defend, especially on the from Austria Esports that have secured those double eliminations in the past round. Holding down the stairwell, so give her a good chance. Shots already being fired. Eras now taking 50% damage. Michael Woody in hand. Will be blasted down to speed of range. That there will only be Arab to actually hold the line. Will be shut down by Astro X.
Yep, there goes Flash Vision Esports. Today truly hasn't been their day. Well, they got 1 point out of this, but overall, I think today, if I'm not mistaken, they only got like 2, at least, at most 3 points. So it's been quite a scarce day for them when it comes to gaining points.
It's a very, very slow-moving chart for them, but they did pick one up as a consolation, taking down Gui. That's fairly enough. I mean, by now, within 6 matches of tomorrow and 1 more later on, I don't really fancy their chances at all in terms of adding too many points on the chart. But of course, they can definitely proved me wrong, but it's still important for them to really at least climb up a mark or two for now.
Well, you know my narrative, right? Like, okay,
Mhm.
I really want to see the Singaporean teams get a chicken dinner. We still have APG as a representative. I'm still crossing my fingers for them, okay? So APG looking at you guys now to wave the Singaporean flag up there in the chicken dinner. Man, it's been so tough for them. I mean, number 20, number 19, not really budging. There was probably once that APG budged to number 18, but that wasn't for long, and they were pushed back to number 19. So yeah, a lot to work on. Assuming that they do wrap up this week with that sort of finish, then next week they need to really work on a plan.
Definitely. But even with a plan, I don't think that there's going to be too much of a drastic change in terms of execution. And that's something that is very telling. I mean, all these starting compound fights, it's really not doing them any good. They need to avoid it as much as possible. Like, they can fight. Yes, they've shown it before. But why not take that fight later in those stages instead? That's what they have to do. Unless, teams are hunting out for you, then you don't want to give those 3 points away.
Yeah, true. You don't want to let it be that, right? You want to put up a challenge to the other teams. Just like how Godzilla is putting up a challenge to Harame Bros. Oh, wait. What? Oh, Rage. Nice off angle. Wow. Impressive off angle. Solo move by Range.
Yeah, and also you see instant responses coming in from his teammates to also cover from the other side of the hill. Very great spot on target is it's gonna be on the receiving end of Sizzy, who did open the firing range first. Got 7, heard all these shots, and they're like, okay, this has to be one of the top teams out there. Couldn't it be? Because the response was just instantaneous. Amura 4D is not really having the lucky strike so far. So he's just gonna turtle in for now, as Range will leave the area. But GOT7 at least have created quite the coverage from multiple stances over onto these Los Leones terrains. So a little bit of an interesting way of play in the early game with those long range challenges.
Well, they look like they're going in for it. Federales is position, tapping with a minute 14 onto Amura. Amura last stick of help. Knockdown by none other than the Filipino Terminator Federales. Now he needs to change to a close quarters combat against KS just across him. Cooking up that nade, sending it across. Lots of damage dealt. It circles around with his car L. Tries to find his target, but he does not have a good vision.
Yeah. Killer now joins in from the back. Some of these players have played back in the days of Blacklist International. A huge organization back in the days. I mean, even up till now, but no longer in PUBG Mobile scene, unfortunately. Harame Bros holding into the outskirts. As they got a lot more members to work with, GOT7 just fancy going up for the challenge as KS is all alone. I don't really think it's good to push here. 2 members from the side of Harame Bros already really pinning him down. Nowhere to escape. KS will falter.
Wow, now CZ makes a run for it. But because he pulled off a couple of shots, so they kind of know where he's at. And looks like they're going to go in for the chase. Caleb with the nades. Not a hard chase though, but if you can get it, why not? Federales actually knocked out by CZ. Wow. Still managed to find an angle to take him down.
Wow. Quite a shot that was. Sizzy only having to work with Ngapikel, and I don't really see where Ngapikel is. But he is coming in from even further! He's got an 8-time scope! Actually, that's Mewtwo. Oh boy. Now that is going to be a problem. Now that the third team is coming right in.
Okay, gotta end this fast before more teams actually come by. And this fight is just taking way too long. It's worrying if there's any other teams that actually pass by. You can see, based on our minimap, the other team is arriving. And that is from MFG. They are monitoring the situation.
MFG says that maybe this is not worth our time as well. I mean, it's a little bit far, especially as they do have the scopes. It will take a while, and this is one of the first few circles that move into Los Leones for coverage. We still end up in love with detail or the outskirts of Picado. Picado outskirts we've seen a lot of, but not so much over the side of Los Leones City, where a lot of teams are making the convoy into the area. Yango Galacticos getting absolutely blasted with a grenade, very well cooked, as well as Edward shutting them down.
That's going to be the point. Taken by 2-1 for Akira. Second point to be exact. Seidan Liquid taken up by Yue. So fights happening elsewhere as well. Edward from TTQ. Ooh, exquisite. Exchanging fights with TTQ.
Yeah, and I don't know who's gonna come up as the victor there because we don't really have too much of a view on them. TTQ, they had a huge round on the past Erangel match, and we'll find one member off, and that's Lupa Boy already taken down. Yue tries to give a little bit of cover, and Zuki only has a hairpin of a small little section to actually catch him out. Good damage still being done from the side of KH with the AUG 3X scope. Yue doesn't seem to be leaving this area at all, even despite Lufa Boy already bowing out. They're just hoping to really extend this fight by the blue zone.
Wow, look at this. Speaking about the blue zone, look at the amount of teams spending time in the blue since we're still at stage 2. Oh man. I would expect that the number of teams taken out by the blue to be a bit higher this time. We'll keep an eye on that later on when the overall stat shows up. As Exquisite now trying to look for the members of TTQ. He sees one. Nathan, good clear shot. Lucky enough for KH, not yet.
Shots already being directed towards the side of Nathan, and Billy having his angles pretty much open wide for KH to go in for the pickoff. And the fight is really not giving them much space to actually work on. And stage 2 is already drawing to a close. I mean, it's already stage 3. And the damage is just going to be higher. So once they conclude the fight, they got to quickly pick up those first aid kit and quickly get out of Hacienda.
Okay, he has a medkit. He has 2 first aids, probably a couple of bandages, but that might not save him from Exquisite that's just surrounding. Oh, crucial hit onto Yue. Nathan taking up on his own. Now Super Pickles is the only active one left for Exquisite.
Oh boy, Exquisite Esports really have to just make a run for it. There's no time to waste. Even if you pick him up, like, the damage of the zone will just basically deplete Yue. So this point is definitely confirmed for the side of TTQ. I mean, even TTQ has to leave. Like, there's no point staying around because there isn't much to do here. Just get in the wheels, man. That's all he has to do. He still thinks that they're out there. I mean, boy, do you not want to get in the zone or what?
I know, right? Like, come on, guys. They're like 1,500 meters away from the circle, and I don't see a vehicle. I don't know what's the plan there, but we'll keep an eye on whether the zone actually takes them all out, okay? For now, moving over to IE Esports. They managed to slide inside the zone, but behind them is going to be Dread Esports following up, and it looks like we're going to see a clash.
I mean, it's just going to be a drive-by. There's so many walls to cover. And Tofi, he hopped off the wheels. Won't be able to actually put one just yet, as they did manage to find one member down from the side of Dread Esports. So unfortunate, but Tofi almost getting 2 in the process. Isaac did give a little bit of assistance at the same time. And Demios, the new addition to the squad of Dread Esports, hoping to make a mark. But for most part, it's really about Moy showing up.
Yeah, Moy, who was the MVP in one of the rounds today. Let's see here. What? Okay, the good thing about Moy and Cole from Dread, they are on the other side of the road. So even if the circle shifts away, they will be able to gatekeep FRL, and the FRL needs to go through them. I don't see them having much space because even if they go to the other side, there's like two other teams waiting.
Rami Bro have been able to actually make it past safely, but still having to deal with the quest. This fight seems to be never ending at all. Fern already being knocked out. While they are basically cutting through the edges, it's going to be half in the city, half onto the north point of Los Leones, over onto the factory areas of play. God7's into a really good spot. They don't really have to decide whether to enter the city so early on. Yango Galacticos is being absolutely zoned out. As a matter of fact, KH is still surviving by the blue, trying to squeeze in, but there's 2-1 for Akira, so I don't think that his decision of staying in the blue has been helping him out at all.
At least he still has a vehicle, so hopefully he has enough utilities. Okay, making that move. Passing by Exquisite first, okay? Super Pickle's gonna get a good shot. But 2-1 for Akira, they do see him, but again, because of how rough the terrain is, it's not easy for them to pull the trigger.
Yeah. He's lucky to be able to dash off between these two teams, and now everyone's gonna journey their way into the zone. Stage 4 is already closing in. VZ and the rest of Myth Clan so far having a chill day out here in the sun, getting a little bit of a vision over onto the warehouses down below. Los Leones as a city is just so huge that can basically house all 16 teams into each respective compound if they want to. But of course, it's better to see these teams playing on the outskirts than to really put all their eggs in the basket, because exiting out of Los Leones is a maze. While Rami Bros will have a slide through with range, taking one out, as Astro X didn't stand a chance with that swift measure coming out of range.
Oh, nice response there. But the fight's not over yet. Austria Esports still in the same building with Harame Bros. Harame Bros circling around trying to find the target. They're still within the circle, so time is still on their side. But stage 5 might not favor them.
The grenade now being primed from the side of Skynen. He's trying to keep them at bay. Well, they have a member over on top end of the kill, which will be Red Bull. The Esports took a little bit too long to get right in. Will be eliminated, I believe, by the edge of it all. And now Red Bull really keeping every member of Harame Bros busy defending right down below. Now let's see the update of the circle in within 30 seconds, because that's where it gets a little bit more interesting. Whether or not will it still remain inside of the south side, or should it actually move towards the outer area where the current teams that are going to be inbound is going to be MFG.
Yeah, we'll get to know that soon in about 8 more seconds. Right now, all the teams are in the circle, and they will be keeping an eye on the next stage. Okay, this is going to be big, right? It's going to be huge. It goes up north, so everybody in the city needs to abandon it.
Oh, Sir Cloud, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Because there is a very good chance a PG can actually secure this entire area and maybe, just maybe, at least close it out to the top 4.
Okay, I wasn't seeing what you were seeing, but thanks for pointing that out. That is an interesting thought. We will not give the caster's curse to them because for obvious reasons. But now, Chris comes in, and we got the pros right below him. Shoots! Gets one knockdown onto the Terminator Federales.
Harame Bros from the pan to the fire. Every team is basically gunning out for them, and their hopes to actually chase those points are slowly dimming. 4 so far, but 2 members are lost in the process, as the quests have continuously hunted out for the squad. No loose ends from the side of Chris. Finally getting these 2 pickups. for their hard-earned pursuit, chasing Harame Bros for at least a good 10 minutes.
Oh, here we go. Harame Bros only have Dale left. Looks like there's a possibility that the Bros might not be able to gather as many points this round. So for their chance to overtake Genesis Esports, not going to be looking that bright at this time. Going straight into the middle, passing by a couple of teams, hoping to slip by, but no, MythClan will say no to him.
Harame Bros suffered just about enough. YG only left with Romeo Boy this time. I mean, all he has to do is to play to survive. Gerald is in the first spot by the hill, but will have to leave eventually. Spots out Fearless Esports as FRL trying to drive by. Great tags, but only 19 more bullets in the chamber on that M16. I haven't seen this weapon being utilized for quite some time. Still very popular when it comes down to the international stage, especially when you're playing inside of Miramar. Chris now gets one more in the back, making it 3 points for the members of TQ.
Damios knocked down and eliminated by Mewtwo from MFG. TQ making that move. Okay, they're going to the inner side of the circle, which is absolutely fine. You want to be prepared in case of stage 6. When stage 6 moves, then you're still somewhat in the circle or maybe not too far away from it. As they move over to Austria Esports with only Red Bull left, the MVP for Austria Esports. Trying to strike into the circle, but so many teams in front of him.
Austria Esports really having a ball of a run for today. Finding the momentum by the weekend here is so important for the team to have these hopes of making it to the grand finals with just about enough points for the chase. Now, looking at Red Bull, he's moving directly into the center, trying to eventually challenge the quest. Whereas we'll see a little bit of an update right now, and it does move towards the favor of APG as well as the quest.
And APG still at the circle. What you pointed out earlier on, up north, they probably might need to defend against a 2-1-4 Akira. Let's see how they do that, all right? 2 of the members of APG on the outside of the circle, probably keeping an eye on the 2-1-4 Akira. Just being the eyes, hopefully try to push them out. And at some point, they got to get to their teammates.
Yeah, once they do zone them off completely, then that's where, you know, there's ample of chance for them to actually play for a win here. Exchanges already set into place. A great pickoff coming from Adik Boy, stopping them on the tracks. And it's just a perfect time because the zone is about to close in. So with that sort of a reset, this is where we will have to see how this one's going to be moving forward for the side of 2-1-4 Akira, as they managed to also pin one down from inside of APG.
Okay, APG now, as what we expected, 2-1-4 Akira getting closer and closer. Damaso, last of health, knocked down by Adik Boy. And now Damaso on his knees out in the open. Wako will knock down SkyMel. SkyMel finished off by Chris. 2-1-4 Akira fighting back. APG now playing with 3 players, but Adik Boy will pick up another point.
2 solid points out there. They lose SkyMel, but I guess like this is definitely the best course of action when you are dealing with immense pressure coming from multiple directions. Now, APG tries to reposition for a little bit more. Fearless Esports still within the city have been able to make their exit and make their way into the circle, still at the very far end of the corner. But can they zone out the rest coming in from the south is going to be the question. There is going to be an entire squad just sharing the facility, and that's going to be IE Sports. Chris finds another member of the side of 2-1-4 Akira that will steal some points away from the side of APG's opportunities. Well, Esports now being sprayed. From where exactly? As Tofi tries to see if there's going to be any form of a saving grace. Master Bait now, preparing all these smokes just to cut across. Want to ensure that they will remain to be safe, but Tofi gets caught out.
Well, 2-1-4 Akira is eliminated. Looks like APG managed to defend their ground. I believe they got a little bit of help from another team. But we'll look at that later as we focus onto the inner side of the circle. Zizek knocked down. Look at MythClan now. What a position they have together with Playbook Esports. Nice high ground, but by the edge of the circle, and they might move away from them.
Now over the side of PBE, they have that high ground, but Romeo Boy have those grenades. And he's just basically playing as if he still got the full squad with him. Oh no! The zone! Does it actually allow him to survive? Shots now being fired from the side of Fearless Esports as well as he takes a leap of faith. But there's really not much cover through the containers though.
Ooh, nah. Making his debut today as well. Okay, back onto the circle. APG still has it. Okay, calm down, people. Calm down, people. All right. Anyway,
Okay.
TQ, high ground. Myth Clan, Joseph, high ground. And his teammates can follow up together with him. What's going to be interesting is that what's going to happen on the south side because there's so many teams who need to get into the circle.
Yeah, this is a perfect opportunity for APG to strike actually. But there is GOT7 also sharing over onto the far west side. Asia Esports having been able to hold on for dear life. His vehicles has been busted, and same goes to his own life. Asia Esports 8 solid points at 10th position. But over onto the side of Myth Clan, they're not done just yet. Michi just arrived from the back. What a difficult round this is, as all the players are all across the elevated ground as well as the outskirts of the city.
Go!
Boy, last stand, shredded off completely. Hozo shuts off the rest of Yangon Galacticos, and their efforts only brought them 1 point so far. APG waiting for the fights to take place. Actually, Myth Clan is in the best of position. They have the highest vantage point at the moment.
Absolutely. This is also thanks to Joseph, who became the marker earlier on, allowing his other teammates to come join him at the top. And with a full squad, they can take care of multiple angles from this elevation. Master Vape tried to get into the circle, but his vehicle exploded now. Myth Clan will be challenged by Playbook Esports, but Gerald goes down to DZ's name.
Big nade as they manage to deny that entry point for PBE. PBE, with only 2 members out there, they will have to fight off at a disadvantage. Now, here comes the Molotov being thrown right in. A revive put into place as there will be a little bit of a slide coming in from, I believe, Gerald. Maybe Harry trying to actually survive as he spots one member running across, and somehow the top gives him a little bit more space by clearing that player away.
Well, QB saying thank you very much. But from Myth Clan, they will be saying thank you to Playbook Esports because Playbook Esports still wants to take away this mountain out of their hands. But let's not forget that's still stage number 8. This mountain could be valueless when the circle shifts. And somewhat part of it is still in the circle.
But they still have to move down the hill, which leaves them exposed. So they have to conclude this fight. PBE, they are also looking to get out of there if they can. There is a way to actually slide downwards. The good thing is that Myth having Shroud to basically take a different estate over on the bottom side of the hill. Jarrell still on this pursuit though. I mean, they just gotta get out of here. There's not much room up there anyways. APG now getting shot by the side of Michi as they are tanking the zone. Myth Clan, they have a vehicle to just slide down. A perfect escape and a very smart move coming in from Joseph.
Yeah, you won't take fall damage if you're in a vehicle. So beautifully executed by Myth Clan. They had that plan B to escape, and it worked out for them. And now for TQ, Popeye circling around, but he has a smoked up vehicle, so it's not the best of vehicle to use at this moment. Daryl knock him down from this high ground, looking for more. He sees the members of TQ in the building, but not able to land the shot because of the building fully surrounded by walls.
Now, it's a slight disadvantage for the side of APG because they are running out of room to play off from. So, out of that water treatment area, there's barely any form of cover unless they just hug by the corner of the wall. And there's also TQ on the other edge as well. I think it's really about Stage 9 that really sets the stage up for all these 6 teams heading into this late to the game.
Oof. Speaking about late, right? We're going to Stage 9 with 6 teams. 14 players left. Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be messy.
Messy will be in. Insight now hoping to take advantage of this fallen player of TQ. He's gonna land a couple of blows and we'll be able to, at that point, up inside, finds another one, and they all get eliminated by the lethal as well. Mid Clan eventually shutting off all the other players from the top side of the hill from getting downwards. And this is gonna get a bit awkward because PBE, they need to take a leap down. There's not gonna be a safe place for them to go off.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, like what you said, they have to take a leap of faith, but I don't think there's any faith with this leap. That is it. Goes down. It's either Myth Clan now or APG. Myth Clan, APG, 6 eliminations each, 3 players each. They're on equal grounds now, but APG, they do have the higher advantage. Myth Clan needs to come up.
Myth Clan has to make that climb. It's really down to Mathematics. How much can he actually find from the ridges? Meanwhile, the nades are connecting. Damage now being done. Mid Clan, they have utilized a lot of resources, taking on that battle against PBE early on. Anchor PUBG, this is that golden opportunity, and this chance don't always come by. They're hoping to actually catch it off Adikoi over on top end of the water treatment, as Shroud is on the lower edge of it. A lot of space directly into the center, as it will shrink all the way in. And it's all about timing right now. Who strikes first will get that lead of advantage. More and more deflates now thrown out. And this slide coming in from DZ. He's bleeding out. And suddenly, the tides have turned towards the side of Anchor PUBG. Slowly zoning in. And this might just be the first win for the Singaporeans as they drop a nade. And
there you go!
The first win for Singapore in the PMCL League. And it will be APG Esports.
Inside a Rick's Adeboy Sky, bringing home the chicken dinner for Singapore. Finally, we see one before we end the week. Man, this is a big moment. This is a big moment, and finally they scored. So happy. When they talk about the new team getting a chicken dinner, we also talk about a Singapore team getting a chicken dinner, and it had to come from APG themselves.
And lo and behold, finally, Sir Cloudkid stop begging for a win for Singapore, because this one was an epic one for APG. And what's most important with this win is that they will get that lifeline into the top 16, right? To end the week here a little bit stronger with some bonus points to be acquired, because they are currently, from my list that I'm looking at, they are at 19 spots. So this definitely is a sigh of relief and a lot of celebrating run for the side of APG. So I want to see where will they end up, because they did manage to secure quite a number of elimination points to close off this one.
Well, here it is, the highlights from the previous round, and APG Esports with 7 elimination points. That's going to be 17 points in total in this round. Gotta give it to them. One of the highlights is how they defended against 214 Akira on the northern side when they tried to take over the compound of APG to get into the circle, but they still managed to do it. And that was their key winning moment. When they won that towards the end, circle kind of favored them. They won higher ground. Myth Clan below them. The rest was history.
Yeah, and it's really all about taking control of the zone, and they definitely have been able to help on so well. Insight definitely made an important move to really shut off TQ completely, as they were trying to get off of their side of the hill. And also for Mid Clan, they were way too occupied trying to deal with PBE for most part, and by the end of it all, they did not have enough grounds to cover to take that win. Chris did manage to secure a lot of points back for the corner at the very least to back himself a total of 6 points of elimination.
Yeah, Chris with the MVP, so that's fine. Okay, I believe this could be his first MVP as well, if I'm not mistaken. So it's great to see like new faces coming up with the MVP, and obviously also APG with the chicken dinner. And I do hope that by the end of this tournament, we'll be able to see every team getting their own chicken dinner on the board.
Yeah, and I'm just really excited to look at the overall standings. And let's take a look at the winner chicken dinner screen, and here we have APG Esports, 7 total elims and whopping 1,142 damage to be done throughout the course of the run.
Yes, other than that, you got the 7 knockouts as well with 2 assists. So yeah, it's not like one of those rounds where you have no assists but only eliminations. You have a good amount of balance here. Total kills 511 and the maximum survival time, obviously. APG, I do hope that this is not going to be the last time we see them getting a chicken dinner. Let's get more after this.
And we're just gonna, of course, check out the leaderboards later on, as there is going to be a little bit of updates. As match 4, there is some slight errors that will be adjusted, so we'll get the real results shortly. But before that, how many players have been taken about by the blue zone? You can see from your screen here, a total of 11. That's a lot.
Yes, this is the highest so far of players actually eliminated by the zone. But we did notice that throughout the course of the game, like there were a lot of fights on the outside. So I guess that kind of contributed to this number as well. Teams or individuals picking up on the zone because of spending time out in the blue. And at that stage, it was like what, stage 4 or so, whereby moving from stage 4 to stage 5, tanking out the blue is rather difficult.
Yeah, a little tough, I would say, as we have seen that there is so little room or space over on the quarter of Lost Illness and so many battles on the outskirts. So this is by far one of the toughest Miramar matches that we've seen. So I would want to see what will happen in that very final match. So let's take a look at the standings right now as we bring it to your screen. This is the match standing with maximum points acquired by the side of APG with 17. Mid-Plan managed to finish off second, which brings them to 12 points, tying it with the quarter. So Austria comes in at 4th with 8 points, 6 for PBE, and we see both GOT7 and TTQ getting those 5 corners, as well as having FRL and Harame Bro walking with 4 points.
Yes, and everyone else has points of their own at least this time. But Harame Bros, I think, is definitely one of the key teams that we want to look at, because we also be looking forward to see who will top the chart by the end of the week. Harame Bros is 4th, Playable Esports is 6th this time, so definitely GE will still be on top. And as was mentioned by Contra earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, we hear your feedback. There will be an update in the overall scores in a little bit more, so do not go anywhere. We'll get the true numbers up here very, very soon. But in the meantime, it's nice to see APG with the 17 points. I wonder if that's enough to bring them out of the number 19 at least.
Yeah, and of course, let's take a look at the results that will be pretty much accurate. GE definitely unmovable despite them not being part of this matchup. Rami Bro adds 4 points onto the board, while we have a couple of all these players having to really race up. But most importantly, we look at APG. They are inching closer and closer to the 16 mark, or should I just say towards GOT7 for now, because Myth, they managed to secure a second place finish, so they did manage to create a wider gap.
So it's nice to see APG moving up a little bit. 6 points difference now between them and GOT7. Who knows? They could go move further up and make a surprise entry in the top 16 by the end of the week, which is by tomorrow to be exact. And of course, we got one more game after this. And that, I would say, the standings on the top, interesting enough that Yanggu Anticos actually overtook Playbook Esports. This is like the quiet, no make noise. All of a sudden, they just overtake.
Yeah, and basically they have always been the silent killers throughout the course of the run, with a lot of firepower in their arsenal to be able to really push forward. And also, against YG, they will have a difficult time maintaining that top 3 spot, but we love what we are seeing so far. And what's really surprising as well is that 2-1 for Akira, we see them being very quiet at the very same time, like they managed to still leapfrog their way into the top 5.
Yes, so the top 5 and also maybe even the top 10 will be very important as we will wrap up the week by tomorrow, and that's where the points for the first week will be locked in before we reset again the points for next week. And the points accumulator, not the points accumulator, but the bonus points by every week, the league points will be accumulated to decide who will be the top 16 to be in the grand finals. That is where it all matters.
Yeah, and of course, with all of these teams are accumulating points and such, certain teams have got 2 extra games to be played out in order to be able to match those records. So with that being said, we are going to see what will happen on our final map of Miramar for tonight, and tomorrow is definitely going to be another exciting day as well. So don't go anywhere too far off because we still have one more map to go.
Yeah, so one more map to go, and GE is going to be back, so we're going to see whether GE can break their own curse of not getting chicken dinner inside of Miramar. So do not go anywhere. See you guys in a bit for the final round today. And I'm sure GE fans will want to watch this and see whether it happens or not.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom.
Here we are into the final run of our Saturday bout in the PMCL Southeast Asia. It's Contra here with Sir Cloud, bringing you through the final flight as we take on Miramar yet again. This Saturday is full of surprises, and of course with a pleasant one earlier as Anchor PUBG Esports managed to clinch the first ever chicken dinner for Singapore.
Yes, finally, all the regions that are playing here have their own chicken dinner. So that's cool now. So now it's about teams who have not got a chicken dinner at all to gain their own chicken dinner in this tournament. We still have like a lot more games to go. Yes, there's a lot of opportunity, but let's start filling in one by one.
And of course, it will be plenty more opportunities heading to tomorrow's run as well as next week. But hey, one more map to go. Who knows? Maybe a back-to-back could still be up for grabs, but we'll see which teams will be going on a break in a moment's time. But I like what I'm seeing. All these teams somewhere in the middle of the pack are also fighting back in order to put themselves forward. But now certain groups have also taken 2 games of a break. That also means that once they do play those matches, then we'll see very different results heading into the table. Now it's going to be Group A, B, C, as well as D to play this one out. Group E will be taking an early night's rest.
Yes, consists of Harame Bros, Ostia Esports, Exquisite Esports, and 2-1 for Akira. The group that has at least 2 chicken dinners, or 2 teams that has chicken dinners today, so they'll be taking a break. Let's not forget as well, Ostia had an MVP today too. So this is like the hot group that I think a lot of the other teams will be like, they're kind of glad that this group will be taking a break. But that will also mean that we will be reintroducing Group D, Enigma, See You Soon, Justice Esports, and Strangers Esports, in which Justice Esports will be looking to take their first chicken dinner in Miramar.
Yep, that's right. And we'll see if they could basically do so heading into the final match of play for GE for tonight. And of course, so the rest of them, because they also do need an early rest. You know, I've been admiring all these teams on their effort of practices as well as to prepare for the tournament. You know, I believe that some of these players, even after all these official matches, and they will still basically put in their own preparations by practicing either playing solo or with the rest of their squad to prepare for, you know, upcoming days ahead. So let's see what happens here between Group A, B, C, as well as D as we eventually move into our final flight. But from today's performance, other than APG, what are some of the big movers up the charts that you've been able to notice?
I would probably give it to Enigma. I think they are like the silent climbers, because we have always been talking about like Harame Bros, PBE, and obviously GE up there, and then all of a sudden you see Enigma chasing that number 3 spot, pushing PBE down to number 4. So and we don't always talk about them like, oh, they're the ones like doing well. I mean, they were okay, but not like boom. But I guess the stability is the one that they found, and that's why they slowly and quietly went up to number 3.
Yeah, one of the teams that I have been able to keep my eyes on that has done fairly well is Ostia Esports throughout today's run, because as much as they're not the flashiest of team at the moment, but it's still a huge bounce back of the performance when they played back in Erangel and even in Miramar. They did manage to accumulate plenty of points altogether. So I think that this is definitely on a very healthy record. Next week, they will have to emulate this again, or should I say tomorrow, just basically run it all over again. So when we move into this final flight without the presence of Asha, I think like they definitely deserved all of that because I'm pretty sure the fans have been giving them a lot of feedback, some not so positive, some of course good words of encouragement, and I'm glad to see them really getting themselves back on their feet.
Yes, and they have been changing their lineups. I noticed as well, like almost every game, somewhat. Because sometimes you see Dewey playing, sometimes you see Red Bull playing, and then they just swap in and swap out players basically. But what we're not swapping right now is our reminder to all of you, since this is the second last day for you guys to be involved with this, which is the Line Friends promotion currently available inside of PUBG Mobile, and it will end on tomorrow, which is March the 3rd. So make sure you log into the game right now. Check out the price path in which it will give you an opportunity to unlock special Line Friends reward.
That's right. You only have one more day left to actually claim this one, or else it's gonna be gone forever. So if you're fans of Line Friends or so, you can join our one and only charming buddy Sally in battle with the new sets and items, as well as a brand new prize path which can unlock special Line Friends rewards. So make sure you jump into PUBG Mobile from today till tomorrow to make the most out of it.
Yes, this is your final, well, almost a final chance, right? Well, we don't know exactly what time it will end, so just put it out there as well. Just put it out there because I'm sure a lot of you will be watching like from different time zones, so we can't really say. So while it's still here today, just get it right now before it goes away and you don't know exactly what time. But what is going to be here for quite a while is the Serpent Green set that is still here until the 21st of March.
Yeah, you could basically get this firearms as you guys may have actually seen during some of the break time ads where there is a flash of how the Serpent Gleam set looks like, and I just love the illumination effect when you basically secure the illumination, and also at the same time the loot crate when you eliminate somebody. So it does give you so many of all these amazing effects, so make sure you get your hands on it. Your first draw is only at 10 UC, and like what Cloud just said, it goes all the way till the 21st of March, so you only have a few weeks to claim this one.
Yes, time is limited, so do not miss out this opportunity. First draw only at 10 UC in case you have not done your first draw just yet. So this is the time for you to do it before you forget, just like how you may forget about the line collaboration. But let's also not forget about the teams that will be playing the next round, because it will be their last game today, and tomorrow will be the final few games before we wrap up the week and we will lock in the points.
Yeah, and that's where we distribute that bonus points, so teams have their final chance tomorrow. So it has to start from here still, or you have one more map to play out for today so that you can set the tone right for the final few battles. So I believe that our final flight is going to be pretty much ready, as all of the passengers should be on board with all these groups from A, B, C, D to be playing in this form of matchup. So any form of expectations before we move into Miramar?
Well, we start to see teams be a little bit more daring, and by daring, I mean not like really hard challenge other teams inside of like the starting point or the starting wherever they drop, but it's more of like daring to spend time in the blue. And this sort of strategy is very, very common in the South Asia region. Actually, you maximize the time in the blue, locking out other teams and still able to get away and survive. But in this case, a lot of them that we saw is that they may be still trying to adapt to it. So whenever they spend too much time in the blue, they might get something out of it by taking out their opponents, but they themselves do not survive long enough in this round because of that.
Yeah.
So probably something they will need to adjust as we go along, if that is the case and their game plan.
Yeah, that is a very good point, right? Because early on we see an early fight taking place. I believe that was from the Exquisite. And Exquisite, they really spent too much time wandering around. I mean, they were so far away to begin with because they dropped into Ruins at Trailer Park, which is all the way up there in the northwest. and then they choose to fight over on the blue zone. And you need to know when the fight is also over. You have to look at the clock and also look at your resources. Do you have enough to basically tank the damage? If you don't take that fight. If you have just about more than enough of first aid kits, maybe about 4 to 5, it is entirely doable for these teams to really play outside of the zone for stage 1 as well as stage 2. So other than that, stage 3 is already cutting it too close. So I would say that in terms of how they want to still navigate, the best is still to play within the safe areas, because Miramar is unforgiving. The moment one vehicle gets locked up, or even if it bursts in these middle of battle, you are stranded outside. So it is a very huge risk to take. Plus, another downside of playing outside of the play zone is that you don't have any intel of what's really going around from that inner circle.
Yeah, the terrain is rough inside of Miramar. That's pretty natural. So getting stuck and all that, that's going to be a thing. When you're pressure by the blue, as you drive around, you probably don't think too much. Just drive wherever you kind of feel like it, and then you kind of get stuck because of how rough the terrain is. So yeah, things like that to consider. But if any team were to want to reference what I just said about how the South Asian teams played, I've witnessed that a lot during the PMRC South Asia. So that's something that they like to do during that time. So, and they made it work. So if any one of you want to take reference, yeah, you can reverse all the way back. I'm sure it's somewhere in the social medias of PUBG Mobile, and you can see what sort of timing do they go for in different maps.
Yeah, and timing is utmost important, right? Like whenever they basically make certain decisions into getting all around. And now we finally do have our final flight of the night, ladies and gentlemen. When 15 seconds from now, once again, like you guys to cheer for your region as well as your favorite teams to take home the final chicken dinner of the night. So, Sir Cloud, let's dive right in to Miramar.
And Miramar it is. Here we go. Without further ado, yes, gonna get the image of Miramar now. Final game for the round. A lot of things that we'll be observing now. Will we get a new team that to get a chicken dinner tonight? Will Jesus Esports break down Miramar curse? Or will we see a repeat of a chicken dinner, maybe from APG?
We might just actually be the case where we'll see a very similar sort of pattern of flight. Today, it seems like it just wants to go on that one direction, as we will basically have Trailer Park another free access. This time, Exquisite is not playing, therefore there won't be anyone up in the north, like Cobra Bear absolutely being left for the taking. The same goes to the rest of STE. They are slowly floating by alongside with Esports, trying to take control over onto the central north area region. So over onto the bottom side, we'll definitely see a lot more teams to be playing out in those fields.
And it's nice to see Flash Vision actually dropping into somewhere safe this time. Not challenging. Well, yeah, they fought with the APG early on, so APG is not playing. But at least this time, they dropped somewhere that they don't need to challenge with another team. Apologies, it was Austria before this. So they're dropping to somewhere safe. That's going to be La Trilera. They're going to have a good start at least. Hopefully, they'll be able to last long and maybe follow the footsteps of APG to get their own chicken dinner.
And we're already seeing a little bit of a two-way street for inside of El Pozo citizens, as we see these two squads being inside the city, but it's a big enough a region to be shared between the two. Esports, they are finding themselves a little bit of a hustle, I think, as they are driving into some of these other players of Dread Esports. Dread? Well, that's not exactly Dread, is it? It seems very peculiar to me that they have players separated across the map, trying to secure a couple of vehicles. Esports won't be actually getting anything out of it, as they will be prioritizing on getting into a certain city and to loot out from those compounds. While there is a lurker coming from the side of MFG, It's going to be inside of the corners of Valdemar, all the way down south.
Just as when I thought that Flash Vision is on the clear, right? Well, they happen to be here with MFG. Let's see what's gonna happen. It's 1,500 meters away from the circle, and not the best of position to be in. However, the good news is that in this town, not only you get loot, there is a possible vehicle spawn around. But I can say that two teams to share vehicles here is probably not going to be enough.
Definitely not enough. We're looking at Papa J and Co. needing to actually make quick loots and get out of here. I mean, it's so far away, all the way back up towards the northern side. GE now sending two members to deal with Pozo. He's stuck by the crate. He spots one out. Has the UMP in hand. Can he actually find a little bit more? He did actually bring a member down, but will be taken off.
Yet the top G himself winning the 1v1. Okay, Ranzer is coming, but I think he's calculating his time. Okay, is he going to go for it? He's getting closer and closer. Does he want to go all alone? Nope. He probably calculated the timing and based on the bumps and all that, whatever. By the time he arrives, it becomes a 2v1, so it's not going to be a worthwhile fight for him.
Especially after that elimination, they will know that this is GE that they're going to be dealing with. So, no way, Jose. Fearless Esports is also not in a great spot if you look into the charts, where the team has been struggling to make advancements into the leaderboard so far. So it's better to actually play it very safely because they are very far away from the circle, by the way. Everyone's kind of loitering on the south side. And the problem about these areas is that there's not much to loot from. So expect them to just basically get a vehicle that they can to move into a township for a little bit, get a few extra bullets as well as all these weaponry set, and then just basically book it for stage 1. Unless, if they really want to hang back. APG also over on the south side here in Los Higos. Well, they should have a vehicle in Los Higos, do they?
Yeah, Lost Eagles, they should have. But it's a matter of whether they have enough or not. Then that would depend. So we'll see. It's all those RNG sort of things like that. It's hard for us to tell unless we get a good clear view of whether they get it or not. But what is clear enough is APG also having a good start and coming off a chicken dinner. A good start is what they would like. 2,500 meters away. Okay, that's quite far.
Very, very far indeed. That also means that they have to look for gas cans or just let everything be up to chance where you could maybe find another few vehicles through the highway. That somebody kind of left the keys to the car as well. I kind of wish, in the perfect world, anybody can just drive any car that they want by the street. Free ownership.
Yeah.
That's not how the world works, right?
Yeah. If you want to go that way, I mean, first explain the car on top of the tree thing.
Oh, okay. I don't think that can be explained by anybody at all. It's just supernatural. And MFG wants to take this fight here in stage 1. 2 minutes on the clock before anybody makes a move. Still, I'm not a fan of this decision because we saw how far the zone is. And here comes the blue zone.
Yep, look at their utilities, right? Like Arip has no first aids. He probably has a couple of bandages and that's about it. Who else? Iras, 1 first aid. Mr. Tay, 1 first aid. Papa J, nothing. 9. Yahiko, no first aids. I mean, this is... I'm not too sure what's going on. What's the game plan here for the two teams?
The plan is to not have a plan so that the enemy doesn't know your plan either ways. So, I guess that's the move, but they will be looking to book out, but they have been caught out. off of that buggy right now, needing to be resuscitated. And what did we say about taking fights on the blue? Just don't take it if you don't have the resource. So, to be fair, they're not the ones who fired the shots, right? MFG now gets a bird's eye view from the top side of the bridge. Oh, this is not looking good for Evie.
Yeah, and Mewtwo has 3 first aid, so he can naturally out-heal Flash Vision, just like that. Easy. So, where is Evie going to go now? I mean, they have no exit point.
And they broke the vehicle. What could they do? I think that they're just going to sit tight and maybe deny the points away. Oh, that's a perfect nade, though. Era's now knocked on the ground. Not sure if the second one will connect. And if MFG hangs any longer, APG is going to join in from Los Higos as well.
This is what we call a literal slow burn here.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't believe like this is happening. Like it should have been like, okay, we drop, we do a quick loot, we exit through behind, grab a vehicle, get away. It just baffles me like they are locked in this situation at this point.
Yeah, this is not the way to be in the top 3 position of the game, if you ask me. And what's worse is that these 3 teams are not in the top of the pecking order either. So it's just questionable plays, one after another. Meanwhile, TTQ as well as Enigma, they will take on this fight. This is very doable because they are not exactly the furthest away from this circle. And Edward has already been pinned down. Enigma can just leave them to bleed out. No need for heavy commitment, as the rest of TTQ, they got some really huge problems if they basically stay put for longer. Oh, Koopa, he's looking for a push actually.
Oh, okay. Zuki with his name. Ooh, oh! A little bit of a premature nade there, unfortunately. Second one with toss outs. But it also means that Zuki reviews his position. Enigma surrounding the building, also about 2,500 meters away. Just want to point that out. So, we didn't talk about the theory of these teams spending too much time in the blue. It looks like it's happening again.
Yeah, but at least they do have 5 first aid kits on the side of Enigma on each side. Caps Lock burning up! No! It doesn't aid! He can't heal up in time. He's just gonna be falling flat, but TTQ also being zoned away. I guess they just have to burn through those mats. And Liquid now, cooking up a grenade, pushes coming into effect. No damage done just yet. Liquid now overwhelmed. Enigma actually winning the trades, looking for 4. And now down to Caps Lock versus Zuki. Whoever takes this will walk away with all the aids necessary. Caps Lock eventually looking for a little bit more room to wiggle with. We'll have 2 members standing in the way. Zuki, what can he do this time? Oh boy. Can he actually win this 2 versus 1? Bringing in the DBS, and oh, he does get the shot! And another one! Zuki, he might actually win the trade, and they bite too much more than they can chew!
Wow, Zuki! My goodness, he did it! He did it! And he has 4 first aids with him. Now the next question is, can he survive the blue 3,100 meters away with the 4 first aids that he has?
They have many first aids to loot from, and for the moment, I'm just trying to see where exactly is he in the map. Okay, it's actually quite far. It's Junkyard, by the way. A lot of terrains to cut through, and it's gonna be stage 3 by then. You also need a gas can, I believe, to move into La Crobreria. So good luck with that.
Yep, all the best, kind sir. Let's see what happens to that. But interesting enough, Flash Vision is still a-okay with a full team. That I am surprised. I wonder what happened.
I think they just basically hold out by the blue zone. They are still in the blue zone, by the way. which we don't even see in the min-map, which means they are still in Valdemar.
Okay, we will need to wait and see until the next round. Okay, yep, like what you said, Zone takes up Papa J. That could be the first one of the many that might come through soon. But let's focus on the fight right now. Chris shoots onto the other side, gets a knockdown to Amura.
Chris really holding them in the city. Shots now focus fired onto the side of STE. Moving into the city, we'll be able to cut across. It's just so interesting to see that, you know, usually halfway through the flight, you will be able to see the first circle of Miramar already, and a lot of teams really opting to drop furthest away. GE now committing into a battle against Dread Esports. Master E should be happy to take this one. All alone now against Moy. Decent firepower from their end. Mernat Boy needs to be picked up first. Oh, just in the nick of time.
Wow. Okay. He almost lost Mernat there. But managed to pick it out just in the nick of time. Eras knocked down somewhere else. Ichi now comes up to the high ground to fight back. 10% of health left. Needs to fall back, but he does not have any first aids, though. Waiting for his teammates to come by to back him up.
Master Ichi only got these bandages to work with. GE honestly doesn't really have resources to really continue on with his battle. You look at Mernat, he has his vest already being shattered up. Whereas the rest of his squad is not going to have those angles to actually fight this one off. So may as well just basically rotate off of this area of play as they are already on their vehicles. Romeo Boy now will be able to connect a grenade, finding Baby Harris.
Oh, only lands you knocked down. Just like that. Nice tap there by Master Ichi. Knocked down by Jipna. A little bit of a trade there. Jipna, long range will finish off Ichi. Sita looking at the elimination feed. Arif taken out by Master Riggs. Singapore versus Singapore.
Still a really tough situation for these guys, and they're still looking to take each other out. Smile! The DBS comes in, swift jump shots, but not enough to basically challenge Smile. Just look at his APM as he managed to basically surf across. Nate exchanges coming from Dimios. Still got the monster truck. I mean, Dread Esports, they really want to take on this battle. Yamzai does find Holy Lanju. Only these two members are left for the side of Dread Esports. A little bit more of a dreadful situation for them, that they either need to basically make a run out of here, and that also put them at risk of getting shot back by both See You Soon as well as GE.
Coming into the circle right now. See You Soon. The opponents immediately got away. The Jipna not willing to stay to find out what's going to happen. But he is alone here. His other teammate, not too sure where he is. They seem to be quite far split apart. Okay, now we do have the image of Damios still on the outside of the circle. My goodness. His teammate is a marker, cool, but now it's a matter of getting it.
They try to basically get a little bit more of a bird's eye view through the hills. They do spot Demios still moving around. Sees him by the corner of the wall. Warning shots being fired. Smile just giving him a little bit of a pressure so that he will be stuck there for the meantime. And quickly drives off into another location.
See You Soon. Okay, just right below them. There's one, but they don't know he's there. It's okay, we move over to Jesus Esports now. Pick up the high ground. As they move forward, they might see Demios. Okay, Demios gets away. Rough terrain, no clear shot. Instead, they switch their focus onto FRL.
Playing by the hills here is still going to be very, very dangerous, especially if the circle moves directly into the city of La Cabrera. While See You Soon taking all these spacing, but they're more occupying over onto the south side instead of the city area for some reason. I mean, there's no other team moving in. We're still looking at FV surviving till now, but yep, what's going on is that they are bleeding out. They managed to still pull one member into the safe play.
Oh, Mr. Tay is still alive, trying to hit the shot from the back. Oh no, Mr. Tay! Mr. Tay! That was a huge whiff. He had a good chance. Oh no!
What can I say? I don't know where to begin with. But I guess it's about time that Flash Vision take a break for tonight. So we focus back onto the game. As TQ is crosshairs being hovered upon him. Circle now moves deeper inside the city. GE will find a little bit of struggle to actually get across because a lot of all these compounds have already been occupied. So the only way is to fight all the way in, or basically take a big wraparound, which is still not gonna give them all too much room. I really do like the approach of Esports over the north side, where they have the full area, they're all spread out as well, without any form of pressure, and just let the rest of the teams fight inside the city.
Whew. All sorts of stuff happening today. My goodness, from the good stuff to the what's the to the boo boo stuff. Yeah, that's
Horrible stuff. Well, let's be straightforward, right? Horrible stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that just had to happen, right? So yeah, it is what it is. Hopefully, if that goes into the highlights, we'll be able to get to see that again. But now, looking over at how the team's still on the outside, my eyes is on APG. They are on the outside of the circle, but for them to come in, they need to win the fight against Esports that has this compound in La Cabrera.
If you ask me, it's absolutely doable. But GE, they are basically hoping to crash into this gate of Esports, but will be taken off upon arrival. No license registrations required. Bernat Boy does trade back, but the shots are also fired back at them. GE really had no way to run here. Miramar is not doing them any kindness, if that's even the right way to put the sentence. But Esports playing very, very well. Like I said, the northern region is absolutely safe for them. They've conquered it very well in order to ensure that no teams can bypass that area.
Coming in is See You Soon with this high ground advantage against a Dread Esports just right below. Dread Esports, they are caught between two teams. On the north side of them, there's another team, but the good news is that they still have the circle for now. Until a minute's pass, that could change.
Fearless Esports still hugging very tightly over onto the east part of the map. Basically just locking down the rest of See You Soon. SYS, they still have some regions to play with, so they are not going to be moving until necessary. Master of 8 now takes down Insight. I guess it's just really about a game of tag right now. Insight, he will be a little bit outside the play zone, unfortunately. As Sanhok PUBG loses yet another member. A lot of all these grounds are just harder and harder to play. It really feels like there is like an administrator or game master that really set all these difficult circles to play out.
Well, you never know, right? Maybe there's like a guy behind the screen, like with the wheel, like directing the circle. Like, I want to make it a difficult circle for you. Here you go. But this time I'm going to be kind. I'm going to give you a city circle. So everyone get it now.
Well, this is basically doing it for the views, right? Like, get everybody fighting inside the city, and then like the last one standing is the grand winners of all these Royal Rumble heading into the middle of La Cabrera. Well, MFG cuts onto the corner. There is going to be GOT7 that they will have to eliminate, but GOT7's moving into the north. Interesting move. There is still members inside of APG to play around that area. Where I See You Soon, we're getting zoned out by the rest of Playbook Esports. Playbook only has 2 members though. A very difficult fight, but it is going to be a 2 versus 2 because SYS, they're separated, but they will regroup in a short time.
Oh, Michi's going to lead the charge while Raimon's going to support from behind. Popping out a couple of smokes here. The John probably interested to take the fight. His other teammates are coming towards him. So it looks like they're going to take it on to Playbook Esports. Richie backing off. So the teammate on the outside of the circle will be Pressure Blue. Shots fired onto the right, revealing his position.
Michi trying to destroy the vehicle at the very least to leave him stranded. Just a little bit damage done, but not destroyed. Red Esports, next one to be taken out as their vehicle has been shredded apart by Fearless. So far, Esports is the one with the most points acquired so far, as they managed to eliminate majority of GE. Big Nate dropping into the John. But can PB capitalize on this situation as there is going to be a push coming in from the side of Michi? Dodges that grenade, he sees that trajectory, but he won't hear those footsteps up close and personal coming in from the side of John. Michi now taking a little bit of damage for himself. Has to be really, really careful. I've seen very little bullets from the hands of John. He needs to reload first. Another nade. It seems like they're stuck for days. 4 grenades in the hands of Ryman. He could just continue to put pressure all the time, withering them down. That might just be the key to success for a side of PBE. But over on the back, look at that. Yakiko's coming up. Oh boy. PBE.
Oh!
Ryman's knocked down.
Nice nade. Raimon down. Playbook Esports has one active player left, and that's going to be Michi. See you soon. They know they have the main advantage. They're going to rush in onto Michi right now. It's going to be a 1v4 situation. Lulu Tia will lead the charge. Now he swaps in with John. John goes down. The follow-up comes in by Lulu Tap, and Playbook Esports managed to only secure 1 point this round.
What a throwdown from both sides. We see a lot of nades being cooked up, but there was nothing that really hit the marker for the side of PBE. And on the flip side, it was just one grenade dropping one out, and that was the demise of the side of PBE. Ranzer now knocked down. The side of FRL needing to actually make their way across, but they are also being negated from moving at all. So many walls, and they are having the blue zone to deal with. And shredded apart, Master Vape and the rest of Esports now struggling to get into the direct city. He's going to be the only member standing as he tries to cut across into the middle of the field.
Well, urban warfare here, ladies and gentlemen, going to be the fight of few circles. And this is our first urban finale in this tournament so far. Let's see here. Some of the teams still on the outside. I'm looking away at Master Vape on the right side all alone, trying to fend off at least 2 other players by his side. Now, yes, we do have him on screen with the nade in hand. Going to put pressure onto FRL, but they're not phased by him since they do have the numbers.
Newbie now finds Lultev. FRL have always been able to navigate around the corners of the city, but eventually they need to actually cut across. SDE now pressurizes the rest of CU soon. They have been able to make their advancement into the city, but still by the gates of it. GOT7 next one to be taken out with a lot of grenades now dropping all over the map. As they come to find one from the side of FRL. Great clip from Miner. Now that opens up all the space for them to crash right through. And here comes the swing. Still a 1 versus 1 between them, and there's still 2 more players to go. Oh, SDKE, they're slowly bleeding out in this fight.
Oh, Kaya now needing to fight back, shows himself, sprays with the UMP, but can't get any more targets. Right now, Molly will toss to buy himself some time to pick up his teammate. He doesn't want to be the only one fighting because he doesn't want to take that risk. Newbie not able to save his teammate in time. One will be out.
He managed to actually get a med kit for 100% HP, and now the zone's closing right in. Has got to settle the score, and there's only 2 ways to go about this. The door is being blocked as well. I think Newbie's going to slowly bleed out.
Wait!
Oh, my days! Oh, Shroud! He managed to actually shut him off. And this gives a little bit of room for SDE Myth Clan here to third party and basically shut them off completely.
Well, Shroud just had to come from behind. Surprise, surprise by him. But it's good for Shroud just to collect some elimination points. Long range now onto WTC. Shroud Prones gets back on safety. He needs to move back into the circle where his teammates are at.
STE still stuck by the edge. Now it's going to be MFG that's going to be stopping them on their tracks as well. Still slightly off of that zone. 5 seconds to go. It's going to close right in. And we might actually see the circle to move directly to the streets. And that's going to be a hell of a battle. This is where, over on the south side, the top now being knocked on the ground. The quarter won't be able to go in for the safe unless they are looking to book the direct center, which will be hard to cross about. Engines roaring from the side of Shroud. Grenades cooked up from the side of Yatka. Mid-plan so far doing very, very well, keeping themselves alive. Still only having 3 members though. Majority of the squads have casualties across the board. As STE, they found a little bit of that wiggle room, still trailing behind the side of MFG.
Okay, here we go. Newbie together with the rest of STE needs to come into the circle still. There's still someone on the outside, but they need to be prepared to fight against MFG. With the high ground advantage, if they can get the first knock or at least 2, it could be a good opening for them. They will be tossed onto the right side by Scotty, but nobody is there. The blue has arrived, and we can see here Scotty has no first aids. Definitely don't want to spend a single second in it.
Definitely will be bleeding them dry. Stage 9's kicking off in 2 minutes or so. It definitely will close directly to the count is safe. They really have to conclude this battle by hook or by crook. Scotty now stuck by the corner of the wall. There's only so little room for him to basically play with, and here comes the zone that will deny the point away. Nico a little bit late to the scene to claim that point. Meanwhile, YG, Yangon Galacticos, they are from the northern point and they actually get a good view over onto all these other squads. Eventually, YG will close in. Mid-plan now dealing with the rest of SYS, and this is not looking good for the side of KZK. Just hugging by the corner of the wall is just MFG trying to protect themselves for now. Here comes the push. Easy K will still get him.
Wow! From the lower ground, it won that fight. Pulled the trigger just in time. Easy K made it easy for him. And now they make themselves into the top 3.
Pretty crazy round to actually close off our Saturday run. And now YG putting up a shroud of smoke to protect themselves from the hands of the quarter. But they get clipped off with a grenade. TZ already down on the ground, leaving only one member side of YG. Potentially, the quarter team actually closes out. They will have 4 members to play with. Now spots out the members of Mid-Plan. Mid-Plan having DZ hugging by the corner of the wall. As this fight will draw to a close. A very massive win for the quarter to close off the 9 and stop.
Man, that ending was so messy. The quarter gets it, the top rung, Popeye and Chris. This is the final chicken dinner for tonight. And the quarter coming in from Cambodia will take it back home. Man, that last fight was like, okay, who's who, where's where, what's what? Because you have like 3 teams, like everyone's moving together. And it's not like the teams are like waiting for a slow burn. No, it's just moving from there to the end.
Yeah, and it is absolutely chaotic to actually close off this round of La Corberia. This just basically fights happening every rounds though. It's really interesting where we see Fearless versus GE, and Fearless did manage to survive for quite some time as they eventually move off, but Enigma tried to actually go in for a challenge against TTQ, and then we see that 1 versus 1, and TTQ managed to wipe off Enigma.
Yeah, I really want to see the highlights of that ending. Hopefully we'll get to see that soon. But again, as what we talked about, will GE be able to score a chicken dinner inside of Miramar? Looks like the answer is nope, not yet. So we'll need to wait for that to happen later, definitely. So other than that, for Flash Vision, though they spend a lot of time in the blue, they still manage to somewhat stay alive longer than I thought. but it's still a 0-point round for them at the end of the day, which is pretty much the same result.
That's right, and this pretty much will sum up all the stuff that happened over here. But what was interesting was, of all the battles out there, the ones with See You Soon as well as STE last one the longest until Myth Clan chimes in to basically steal the spotlight. And true enough, Myth Clan have been able to dictate who gets out of that southern terrain. So the biggest plays, or should I say the most damage being done inside of this map, has to be Fern with 820 points of damage in total. Only imagining about 3 eliminations, but a lot of knockouts at the same time, because inside the city, everybody's pretty much well protected, so you gotta try again, again, and again.
So Fern coming in as the MVP for the team that also got the chicken dinner. Well deserved indeed. 820, like what you said, with 3 eliminations, and he also contributed to some assists. So all-rounder here shown by MVP Fern himself, and his team got 9 elimination points with a total number of 2,440 damage. The quarter takes on the final chicken dinner today.
The quarter with a splendid performance by the tail end of it all. And it's so difficult in this round, and yet again, they managed to keep all 4 members alive throughout the course of the run. And that was basically a smart play where they basically hold on tight to a lot of all these compounds. In terms of rotation, they did not really have to travel too far, which is why they managed to also succeed in garnering majority of the control inside of the area. So let's take a look at some of the stats that we have, and once again, a lot of players are taken out by the blue zone, and I'm looking at FB, man, like, they were just basically stuck out there. Sometimes, of course, they really have to think about the consequences of taking fights so far away from the circle. I guess this goes out to everybody out there, because it's not going to cut it in Miramar.
Yeah, I hope they consider the consequences of taking early fights, because they have not been winning any of the early fights. So I guess based on the stats, you might want to relook at your drop spots again and play it safe early on. And let's check out the match standings from this round. So we know that the quarter got the chicken dinner together with 9 eliminations, so that's 19 points. Myth Clan, 13 points. Young Rogaticals, 10 points. So that's the double-digit mark, or double-digit club there. MFG with 8, Esports with 7, STE with 6, we got CUC with 5, APG, TTQ and Enigma, all of them with 4.
Yeah, of course, GE suffered an early defeat with only 3 points, but every single time that they go out, they always bring some eliminations with them. So this squad remains to be deadly, but the amount acquired inside Miramar have been overall lackluster. So, of course, tomorrow's probably going to be a better day for these guys. But when we go into the overall standings, right now with 19 matches to play, GE sits right at the top, followed by Harami Bros in second place with 194 points. YG now will be holding on to that number 3 spot, also having 1 game to spare out as PB gets pushed down this spot. 214 Akira has played 20 games and now will be slightly ahead of Exquisite Esports. STE also very, very close behind, alongside with Esports, TQ, as well as Enigma.
Well, Young Gaticals opening up that gap with the Playbook Esports. I think that is one of the key highlights for today. That could be an upset to Playbook Esports, who was really like number 2, number 3 at least throughout the entire round. On page 2, of course, it's the teams that put themselves at risk of not getting into the grand final. So do not be on page 2, at least be on page 1 to have that extra safety net as you tabulate the 3 weeks worth of scores.
Yeah, and there's only 6 more games for them to alter the current standings. For some of them, they might just be happy enough with maybe around the top 5 or even the top 6, but you got to really put on a showing, because who knows, you might actually get a couple more extra for that grand finals.
Yes, the grand finals is where the big stuff is at, right? Prize pool itself only divided to 16 teams, by the way, and also the ticket to the PMGO. That is probably the most valuable one of them all. And of course, the championship. If you become the champion, naturally you get everything, right? The biggest prize pool, a ticket to Brazil, the trophy, the bragging rights, the I don't know, bigger fan base, maybe mom and dad, we love you more, stuff like that.
Maybe, just maybe. Probably give them a little bit more gaming time, and that's about it. Of course, thank you guys for watching. We will continue with PMCL Southeast Asia tomorrow. So, till then, we bid you good night.
Bye.